seven, six, five, four, three, two, one. Welcome.
Hello everyone, welcome to the finals of the HCL Squash National Doubles Championship being played at the English Squash Academy, Chennai. Along with me is Gurram commentator.
Good morning to the viewers.
Here we have the montage of the beautiful city of Chennai, Marina Beach, famous temples of Chennai. And there we have back in action. What an outstanding couple of days it's been, Gurram.
Yes, excellent days. We saw some really great talent coming up. That is coming up. That is not for the future. We saw them in action over the first few days. Abhay Singh, Anahat Singh, and Jyotsna Chinnappa, the senior pro. All of them really putting up great display and showing a lot of promise. So let us. Today is the third day, day 3, the day of the finals. So let's run through the schedule of the day. We start with the men's doubles final, that is between the pair of Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar. They will be up against Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit. Then that will be followed by the women's doubles final, which will be between the pair of Anahat Singh and Jyotsna Chinnappa, who will be up against Pooja Aarti and Rathika S. After that will be the third place playoff. That will be between Rahul Betha and Suraj Chand, who lost to Abhay and Velavan yesterday. They will be up against Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. So Rahul Betha, Suraj Chand against Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. That will be the third playoff for men's doubles. Then after that, there will be the third place playoff for women's doubles. That will be between the pair of Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Riaz. They will be up against Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sehwal. That will be followed by the mixed doubles third place playoff. Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi will take on Sandesh and Shamina. And after that, we'll wind up the day with the final of the mixed doubles. Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh taking on Velavan Senthil Kumar and Jyotsna Chinnappa. Ashwin, Anahat Singh and Jyotsna Chinnappa will be playing in the women's doubles final together, and they will be up against each other in the mixed doubles final.
For sure, Khurram, today is a mouth-watering prospect for squash lovers and sports lovers indeed, because the talent that Anahat Singh brings to the table and the experience Jyotsna Chinnappa brings to the table, when they're playing together, they are formidable and nearly unbeatable. When they're playing against each other, something everyone's looking forward to. See who gets the upper hand. One player out of the whole lot today will win all 3 titles.
Absolutely, one player will win all 3 titles.
So who is that player? The question.
Yes, so it could be Anahat, it could be Abhay. So both the men's finalists, both the pairs in the men's doubles final, had an easy outing yesterday. Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar crashed the opponents 11-4, 11-3, whereas Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit won 11-2, 11-4. Really anticlimactic semifinals. A lot more fight from the losing semi-finalists.
So true, Khurram. The thing is, as we've noticed in the last 3 days, 2 days actually, today is the third, we've had only 2 games, as you mentioned yesterday, that have gone into, 2 matches that have gone into 3 games. Everything else has been a 2-game affair. I'm sure it'll be a little more competitive today, a little more hard fought, because the level of squash today is at its peak. We've got the best in the business competing for top honors. The motivation of a trophy is going to keep it. Yesterday, you noticed Nirupama Dubey, despite an ankle injury, she came back and gave off her best. So it's a very, very prestigious event, the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship. Everybody wants this title under their belt, and it's going to be an outstanding day of squash. So just stay tuned to your screen.
Yes, obviously. And the way the semi-finals went yesterday, although they were one-sided, but one thing is very clear, that both these pairs were very convincing in their victory. So it is going to be a tough fight now. They won in straight games. They did not allow their opponent to score even 5 points in a game. So the scoreline was 11-4, 11-3, and 11 11-4 in the two semifinals. So the opposition could not even score 5 points, which means that we are going to have a strong contest in the men's doubles final.
Squash being the game it is, it's short and sweet. So you can be sure that attack is the best form of defense, and they're going to attack whoever it is, whether it's Kohan's team or Velavan's team. They're going to attack the opponent, and you're going to witness some really breathtaking squash today. Now the thing is, someone like Abhay Singh, who's the top seed, right,
Yes,
has the billing against his name, so I will be glued on him. In addition to that, the two Senthil Kumars and Ravi Dixit. Now, Ravi Dixit is partnered with Guhan Senthil Kumar, and Abhay Singh is partnered with Velavan Senthil Kumar as they take on the court for the coveted men's doubles finals trophy.
yeah.
All eyes are going to be glued on Abhay for sure, but also on how these two teams face off against each other.
It will be two Senthil Kumars in the opposition teams, and who comes out on top? Will it be Abhay's partner Velavan, or will it be Ravi's partner Tufan?
Needless to
So
say, there will be one Senthil Kumar holding the trophy today.
that is true.
There's
That
no prize for guessing that.
of course. Here we are, Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar on court practicing, warming up. They're both wearing black t-shirts.
As you notice, Khurram, we have a left hand in the mix. A
Yes.
left-hander changes the entire equation because movement. Squash is a very hard game. You need to know where you're standing. You need to know where your opponent is positioned. You need to know where the ball is and how you can return that shot. A left-hander brings a little bit of complexity into that mix. So it's always exciting to watch to see how these players, seasoned campaigners, adjust and perform.
Right. Right. So, just to tell our viewers how to differentiate between the players, the man in the green T-shirt is Ravi Dixit. He's got his name inscribed on the back. The man in grey T-shirt is his partner Guhan Senthil Kumar, and the two players in black tees are number one Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar.
Abhay Singh
So,
is the taller of the two, though we can't really tell from here, but Abhay Singh is the taller of the two. And Velavan Senthil Kumar is a left-hander, so that's not so hard.
yes.
There his action begins. The final day of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship at the Indian Squash Academy, Chennai.
Ravi and Guhan taking the first point, drawing early blood.
1.
It'll be very difficult to put Abhay and Velavan out of equation in this match. I mean, taking early lead would be very crucial, but it will be very difficult for Guhan and Ravi. And as we see, Abhay and Velavan have gone 2-1 up. That's a nice drop shot, and Abhay and Velavan, however, it hit the tin, so Abhay and Velavan get the third point. They are 2 points up.
It's the same concept in all sports. Play the ball late. If you notice, especially Ravi Dixit, so how late he plays the ball.
Yes, he is charged up this time.
4-1.
4-1, the lead now, Abhay and Velavan taking early lead, drawing the first blood. The first point was won by Guhan and Ravi, but after that, 4 straight points to Abhay and Velavan. Ashwin, these boys are really running away with the game.
They're catching up. Gohan and Ravi. The thing is, like all of the sports, at this level and at any level, sport is a mental challenge. So the mental part of the game is more important because someone may have a lead, but how strong is the opponent mentally,
Next set.
and how
Four.
well can he or she respond? That's the key to success in sport. You're mentally challenged only when you're on the back
And
foot,
out.
because when you're
5-1.
leading, you have the
First
advantage.
over.
That is what Abhay and Williman would be thinking now, and they would try to, and they've already gone up to 5-2 now. One more point to them. I'd like to see both Abhay and Sen Velavan, Guhan and Ravi to test Velavan's backhand more.
6-2.
They've been giving him far too many shots on his forehand, which is probably the stronger side of his.
It's a great observation, Kunal. And that's how these guys plan. I'm sure they have a game plan before they take on take each other on a platform as big as this. It's a question of
7-2.
executing that game plan
Right.
to perfection, and also being able to alter your plan in the middle of the game, because not everything will go according to plan. So you need to be able to adjust and adapt. There are so many components to success in sport.
Right. This time, Velavan's backhand has been brought into play, but he does it well. Ravi moves up and tries to play the drop. And Abhay and Velavan have moved on to 7-2. They've opened up a 5.6 point lead now. 8-2. 8-2 is a big margin. It seems like it's going one sided. We thought it would be a closely contested affair, but Abhay and Velavan are making it look one sided.
I think Abhay Singh is that component in that team.
Down.
Abhay Singh brings that X factor to the
And
team,
out.
because
3-8.
it's not for fun that he's seeded number one.
Right. So Ravi in green and his partner Guhan in grey, Abhay and Velavan in black t-shirts. Yes, the contest. There's a lovely drop shot from
Down.
Guhan, but Abhay was up to the task. How does the team that is trailing, how does it plan a comeback, Ashwin?
Next let.
You just have to live
8.
moment for moment. You got to be aware of what your errors are. You got to minimize your errors, and you have to focus on your. Don't look at the scoreline when you're trailing. That's the first and most important thing, but that can put you down. Just focus on your strengths and
And out.
leave the rest to
9-4.
the powers that be.
Absolutely. As the great MS Dhoni used to say, stay in the present, stay in the moment, don't think too far ahead. That is what is the formula that should be applied by
10-4.
Guhan and Ravi.
3-4.
However, they are unable to match up to the power of Abhay and Velavan, who have raced to 9 and drawn a 5 point lead. Now it's the game ball, and Velavan and Abhay Singh look to seal the first game. Nice drop shot by Ravi, but it seems that yes, Guhan and Ravi have held on. They've drawn 1 point. They've won 1 point. It's still game ball. They've got 5 points, 5 set points to
Next
save.
let.
5 game points to save. 10-5. They're leading. Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar. They're still in the driver's seat.
11-5. Game to set.
And yes, both Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar have won the first game. They won the game ball. The first game has gone to the favorites 11-5. They have sealed the first game. They've drawn the first blood in this final of the men's doubles competition. Ashwin, it was pretty one-sided. We were expecting much more fight from the others, the opposition of Abhay and Velavan, which is Guhan and Ravi. We were expecting a lot more fight from them, but unfortunately, they just came up short.
You're very right, Khurram. I think like I'd mentioned, Abhay Singh is the X factor in this mix because the standard of squash he's showcasing. I mean, it's like a top seed playing against the rest, so it's hard for other people to catch up because he knows he has got the nerve, the pulse, so to speak, and he knows when to race ahead and how to hold on to that lead. So it's a rapid game; it doesn't have time to recover, right? So if you lose that initiative, then you're always playing a catch-up game. So that's exactly what they're doing. The game plan that Abhay and Senthil Kumar have, his partner, is just to race ahead initially, grab the initial momentum, and then the rest is history.
Yeah, just to wrap up, just to go back to the first game,
30
Guhan and
seconds.
Ravi had won the first point. However, Abhay and Velavan came back and started winning points, opened up a big lead, a 5 point lead at one point, 6 point lead, from where Guhan and Ravi found it very difficult to come back. They would definitely be trying, hoping to
Second
put up a
Sanjay Kumar
better
Gil for
fight in the
Argentina.
second game. Yesterday's games were pretty one-sided. The semi-final. It seems like the final is also going the same way.
That's only the first game. Let's take a look at this, the doubles, and we've got some really mouth-watering contests coming up. I think the one, like I mentioned very clearly, mentioned earlier, the contest between Anahat Singh and between Anahat Singh and Joshna Chandappa, that is not going to. If that finishes off in two games, I'll be very
One
surprised.
love.
Yeah, the two are pitted against each other in the mixed doubles final. That will be later in the day. But before that, the two pair up after this match to play Pooja Aarti and Ratika S. That will be immediately after this match, and that will be the women's doubles final. So Anahat and Joshnapa pairing up together after this match and later on against each other in the mixed doubles final. So we have started the game, the
Now,
second game. We are
and out.
seeing,
One
hoping for a
love.
resurgence from
Corrected one
Guhan
out.
and Ravi Dixit. But Abhay and Velavan have taken the first point and drawn early blood. This, if they run up with the if they run up with a lead of 3 points, it's going to be quite unnerving for Guhan and Ravi. Ashwin?
Very true, very true. Like this, it's all momentum driven,
And
and
out.
it's
One.
one up right now. They've drawn early blood yet again. What Gohan and Ravi should do is to figure out why that first point doesn't go to them, because in the very first game, now they've drawn level, so I guess that's even key. But here is where the cluster point win is going to help them because they need to win points in clusters. They can't go. They're not in a position where they can win 1 point and then take advantage of it. They have to now take the score line to 4-1 in their favor. That is when they can enforce and put pressure on their opponents because they do need to. They've gone 2-1 to Abhay Singh and Velavan Santal Kumars.
Three.
But
One.
if they have to take this game into a match, into a third game, they have to win those points in clusters and put pressure.
Yes, at the moment things are not looking good for Gohan and Ravi. Abhay and Velavan have opened up a 2 point lead. The 3-1 they are leading with, and I think I'll be really surprised if Abhay and Velavan, the way they are playing, if they lose this game. They're looking very good. And unfortunately, as we had earlier been talking about, I don't think so. I don't think Guhan and Ravi are testing Velavan's backhand as much. They're just allowing him to go easy, to have it easy with good forehand drives. 4-1 the score line for Abhay and Velavan. And
Now.
this is turning out to be a real,
Not out.
again, a
Four.
one-sided affair as far as, I mean, if you look at the initial bit of this game, 4-1, 4-2, they've come back, but need to, as Ashwin pointed out earlier, they need to win points in cluster.
Abhay Singh doesn't let you relax. Or sorry, doesn't give you a foot in the door. That's what he does. So he wraps the initiative initially, and then he runs ahead with it. So you're always playing catch up to him and his partner. So that's the key to the success. One member of the other team has to replicate what Abhay is doing.
6-2.
But that's not happening, unfortunately. And as it gets deeper and deeper into the game, it gets harder because now 4-2, like we mentioned yesterday, is far easier to recover from than 9-7.
Right.
So it's heading to 9-7. It's already 5-2.
So Ravi Dixit clearly unhappy with one of his shots. It was too close to the wall, but 6-2 is the score line. 6-2 is the score line.
Exactly. So
And
now 6-2 is as good as 9-7, if you ask me.
yes, 4 point lead is too much, but only 5 points to go. Ravi Dixit really clearly unhappy with one of those shots very close to the wall. He's been drawn into the wall. He's being made to the angles that Abhay and Velavan are providing or drawing from the court are getting very difficult for these two. Once again, there is a nice little rally developing, and it's at the moment it is Velavan versus Ravi, backhand versus forehand. However, the ball moves on to the other side now. Great rally, Ashwin. Great rally. These are the moments that we want to see in the final.
Correct. Now, this rally is a one off. You need to put pressure on the opponent, as we mentioned earlier. You need to have more of these rallies because the more you play, the more the chance that you make a mistake. So, the more you get Abhay and the more Guhan and Ravi get Abhay and Velavan to play, the more chance there
You
is that they will make an error.
Yes, and Velavan winning the 7th point of this game two. They have opened up a 5 point lead, and I find it very difficult. I would be really surprised if Mohan and Ravi can make a match of it from here on now. 7-2 is the 8-2 is the lead, 6 point lead, and Abhay and Villavan walking away with this game, with this match, with this final. This is the final of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships, the men's doubles competition, and it is live from Indian Squash Academy in Chennai.
Chennai is home to squash, like Chandigarh is home to golf.
That's that.
So you have the best facilities here. Of course, you got the best conditions for training here because if you can perform in Chennai, I know squash is played in controlled conditions, but if you can train and perform in Chennai, you can train and perform anywhere.
It's pretty hot in Chennai, pretty humid also, a very humid city, but a lovely city, beautiful city, very great culture there, great beaches, very great sporting tradition, nice temples, food is excellent, everything. Chennai is a lovely metropolitan city.
It
So
is, it
it,
is, and it's got a, like you mentioned, great sporting tradition and squash in particular and cricket are the two sports that Chennai has thrown up
yes, and
and had champions, have thrown up champions in the international stage, as also chess.
chess, and of course we can forget the Nungambakam, where which is hosted ATP tournament, tennis tournaments.
So true, so true. The Krishnans, Ramesh Krishnan, Ramanathan Krishnan, even Vijay Amritraj is from Chennai, Anand Amritraj, Prakash Amritraj,
Great tradition,
sitting
great
with
tennis tradition.
great sporting tradition. True.
Abhay and Velavan have opened up a 6 point lead. It's 9-3. Guhan and Ravi looking like they're going down, they're looking down the barrel. And it's match ball for Abhay and Velavan. And this has been as one sided as you could think of the final. Very disappointing outing for Guhan and Ravi. But yes, they are really Abhay and Velavan have not given their opponents any opportunity, any chance. There was a brief moment early in both the games, you know. Both the games they were looking like matching up to Abhay and Velavan, but that was very fleeting. That lead and that competition, and here they won it. They have won it. They have won the men's doubles competition of HCL Squash Doubles National Championships. Both Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar are the champions of the men's doubles And what a performance this has been from both of them. Here they are clicking, they are getting clicked for the winner's photograph. Ashwin, very disappointing from both the finalists, from the losing finalists, Guhan and Ravi. We expected a lot more fight from them.
Yes, so true, so true. You would want a little more, give and take in a final, but well, unfortunately, Gohan and Ravi have just crumbled under the pressure. But full credit to Abhay Singh and Velavan for having essayed an outstanding win, and we've got the first winner of the HCL Squash Doubles Championship, Abhay Singh and Velavan, Senthil Kumar having lifted the men's doubles title, and we're just getting started today, Kunal. We're getting some outstanding squash action.
Yes, outstanding squash action. However, it is as one-sided as one could think of. Really disappointing performance from Gohan and Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit. But the next match is going to see Anahat Singh, Joshna Chinappa against Pooja Aarti and Ratika S. This is also going to be a very good contest. We're going to see a legend of the game, Joshna Chinappa, a great of the game, Joshna Chinappa, playing alongside one of the most exciting talents in squash world, certainly in India, Anahat Singh. Both of them are going to pair up against Pooja Aarti and Ratika S. And this comes after a disappointing final for Guhan and Ravi. Both Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit going down quite in a very facile fashion. Really disappointing. They were not able to put up any fight, 11-5 and 11-4. So Joshna Chinappa, Anahat Singh against Pooja Aarti and Ratika S. So Joshna and Anahat obviously are going to go in as the favorites. They had quite a easy outing yesterday. They defeated Deepika and Janet in the first game, 11-5, 11-5. Then they came back to beat Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sembal 11-3, 11-5. After that, they defeated. These were the league. These were the group games, and after that, in the semi-final, they defeated Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Reyes 11-10, 11-3. They were stretched only in one game. All the 6 games that they've played, they were stretched only in one game. That was the game 1 of the semi-final against Nirupama and Shamina, 11-10. They won that. After that, they defeated them in the second game, 11-3, to cruise into the final. Their opponent, Pooja Aarti and Ratika S., they thrashed Shahana and Sangamitra 11-2, 11-1. That was really one-sided. That was the most one-sided game we have had in this tournament. They defeated Shahana, Pooja and Ratika defeated Shahana Sangamitra 11-2, 11-1. And the other group game, they defeated Nirupama and Shamina 11-9, 11-8. In the semi-finals, they overcame Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sembal 11-6, 11-6. So both the teams, both the pairs have won, have had 100% winning record coming into the final. They've not lost a single game, so that should be a very close contest. Assuming, considering the fact that both of them have had easy wins through the group games and the semi-finals, it should be a close contest. But we said the same thing about the earlier game between Abhay Singh, Senthil Kumar, and Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit, the 2 players, and but it was one-sided. Abhay and Velavan going to win, going to the championship title with a straight game win. They did not allow their opponent to win anything in either of the games to win beyond 5 points. That was the farthest that Guhan and Ravi could get. So on court, we see Pooja and Ratika practicing and warming up. They are the ones in pink, and it's going to be a good contest between these 2 pairs. Ashwin, Pooja, Ratika against Anahat and Joshna. What do you make of this contest? On screen, you can see Anahat and Joshna, the two girls wearing black tops. Um,
This is one of the contests we're waiting to watch, but Anahat and Jushna, honestly, Khurram, not taking anything away from anyone, clearly have a head start, have an advantage. They are players from a different planet. But essentially, this is also every challenge presents with it, brings with it an opportunity. So Pooja and Ratika, they couldn't have a better opportunity than if they actually take down the top seeds. Imagine what they can achieve and where they will be in their career. They will propel themselves to a different strata if they can take down the top seeds. So they should take it as a challenge, and I'm sure they're motivated enough. You can see them on the court. They're motivated. They're hitting the ground running, so to speak.
Yeah, Anahat and Joshna taking it a little bit easy. The relaxing on the sidelines as Pooja and Ratika are on the court warming up for this contest. This is going to be the women's doubles final. Women's doubles final. The winner goes away, walks away with the title and the trophy. Nanahat and Joshna, legend Joshna Chinappa, and an upcoming star Anahat. Now it's their turn to take the court and warm up for the final. A lot of coordination required between two pairs because these two girls will be seen again later in the day against each other in the mixed doubles final. So it is going to be, they might be sharing some secrets, but they might be holding back certain things.
So by now they know each other's games. They know how they approach each other's opponents' weaknesses and how they plan to target each other's weaknesses. So at this level of sport and at higher levels, you are aware and how you adapt and how you've always got to keep something up your sleeve. You cannot reveal all your cards because if you do, then you're putting yourself at risk.
Of course, indeed, it will be quite a challenge. Both these players playing together now, strategizing together, seeking coming up later against each other. That will be quite a challenge for both these girls. Anat Singh, Joshna and Chinappa, the top seeds taking on Pooja Aarti and Ratika S in what is going to be promises to be a mouth-watering contest. Remember, both these pairs have had a clean slate running into the final. They won all their group games. They won their semi-final quite convincingly. The only time Anahat and Joshna were challenged was in one of the games yesterday, in I think the semi-final yesterday, where they were stretched in the first game, but then they raced back and won the second. Otherwise, both these pairs have had quite easy.
So, Khurram, right now, what should Ratika and team do? They should attack from the word go. And it's important, very important, especially against this duo, that Pooja and Ratika take up a 5-0 or 5-1 lead to give themselves a chance to put pressure on the opponent. Because anything less, even a 2-0 or 3-0 lead, is not good enough against this kind of opposition. So they have to attack and they have to put pressure. They have to have studied their opponent's weak points, but even the best players has weak points. But you got to be able to expose them and put them under pressure.
They're back again on the court, Pooja and Ratika. You are absolutely right. Early advantage, early pressure will be the key for both Pooja and Ratika. They cannot allow Anahat and Joshna to have a foothold in the final, in the first game. They need to put pressure on them and to make them, feel a little bit under the cosh. And for that, they need early points. They need to run up a lead of, say, about 4 or 5 points.
One key thing about Anahat Singh is you got to have her moving around the court. She is too comfortable in her place. She books her, it's like a hotel room. She books her room and she stays there and delivers the goods. You have to ruffle her feathers. You have to have her moving around the court. You have to make her think out of the box, right? You got to push her out of her comfort zone. That's when she will make an error. Sitting in her comfort zone, she is going to deliver the goods with her eyes shut.
Yes, early exchange
There we go.
Anahat is involved in early exchange
And she uses the angles brilliantly, Anahat Singh.
yes,
And
and
she's a
she's
master at angles.
got the first point.
Best at 1 love.
The point is second point is being replayed. But yes, you have a very valid point. You made a very good point, Ashwin. They need to ruffle the feathers early on. Both Joshna and Anahat look to be the favorites. But if they are put under the pressure, it'll be really interesting to see how they react.
True.
To
So you have to
love.
cover the angles Anahat makes you play. You got to cover those angles and make a play to your strengths. It's very, very important. There they go. They already are 2-0 up. We just talked about Pooja and Ratika grabbing a 5-0, 5-1 lead. This is exactly what Abhay Singh does, if you notice, right?
Exactly. Yes, and she moves around the court so quickly, Anahat. We're just talking about she not being challenged by the opponent,
3
and
love.
whenever she is, but she makes the ground so quickly
Mhm.
that with the opposition to deceive her. At the moment, Anahat and Joshna have run away with the lead. That could be quite unnerving for Pooja and Ratika. Ashwin, we were talking about them
Allow.
taking early
1
lead, but
3.
it's Anahat and Joshna who are in the driver's seat. They've pulled one back.
It's the
Pooja.
same story being enacted by different actors.
Yeah, what was
It's there. You have to put pressure on them. That's what you should train to. That's what you should practice. What you in today's day and age, there's so much TV footage, there's so much analysis, there's so much science behind everything. It's not too hard to find out what their strengths are, what your opponent's strengths are, and you have to work towards being able to counter them and put them under pressure. Because if you keep throwing peanuts, you're going to keep getting monkeys.
This is wonderful play from Pooja and Ratika. They made Anahat and Joshna work around, run around. This is what we were talking about, Ashwin.
Correct.
They need to put pressure on the opposition, on these established stars, on these big stars. They did that in the previous point and they found them wanting.
Correct. So now they should just carry on doing it because it's the only way they'll be able to upstage Anahat and Joshna and annex the women's doubles
5
title.
2.
Yeah, unable to pick this time, and that has helped Anahat and Joshna move up to 5-2. They were talking about points in a cluster, but they have been unable to do that. They made a very silly error, couldn't approach, retrieve the ball and at the right time,
Stop.
and failed to get a point, conceded a point. In fact, this is brilliant play from Anahat. She just used the backhand to keep it away from her opponent and won the point for her team. This is getting very easy for Anahat and Joshna. They're just cruising along 7-2. We were talking about early advantage, and Anahat and Joshna have drawn the early advantage. Unable to reach again, Pooja and Ratika, they're completely looking like confused. They're looking confused.
What I would love to see, Kuram, is a heat map of this squash court for this game. At the end of the game, you will see the heat map, and if Anahat and Joshna are in green and Ratika and Pooja are in yellow, you will notice that green is hardly visible. It's going to be yellow all over the place because Ratika and Pooja are being made to run around, which is clearly the strategy. That's what you have to work towards. Now, let's say next year's HCL Squash Doubles National Championship. Now, Ratika and Pooja should come back stronger in that department. That is when they'll be able to challenge their opponents.
At the moment, point being replayed, there was obstruction. One player came in the way of the other. Nice little rally developing here. We would want to see more of it.
9 2.
And once again, it's Anahat and Joshna. The They are the ones who are leading. They are the ones who are cruising along.
Same
Nine.
story, different players. Sorry,
Yes,
Gurram,
yes,
carry on.
yes. 9-2, 7 point
take
lead. Yes,
two
he was
game
saying
ball.
it's the same story, different players, like we saw a little bit earlier.
Different actors. Sorry.
Yes,
There we go.
this is the game ball for Anahat and Joshna. They are just 1 point away from sealing the first game,
And out.
and
Take two game ball.
this has been quite a performance from them. Although Ratika and Pooja are not giving in yet, this will, but I don't think so. They have a chance to make a comeback in this game.
A comeback from here would mean 10-point wins, 9 straight point wins,
Which looks unlikely at the way things are going.
well, they've started with one. Let's see if they can achieve the impossible.
Anahat taking the time, hitting the shot, taking all the time, and then moving up and smashing it on the wall. It's 10-4. Pooja Ratika pulling points back.
Is
I'm
it-
sorry, it is over. It was Anahat and Joshna have sealed the first game 11-3. It has been quite a convincing win. There has been no contest in the first game. In fact, this has been more one-sided than the first match that we saw. At least they were able to pick 5 points in the first game in the men's doubles final.
But Khurram, I'm willing to lay my last penny on the table that Anahat and Joshna are not thinking of the second game. They're thinking of playing against each other right now. That's what's topmost in their mind because that they know is the real challenge for the day.
That could be it. You might be right because that will be the last match of the day. The mixed doubles final. Abhay Singh and Ahat Singh against Velavan, Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa. Yes, this has been some kind of real good performance by them. Both of them are together now, but they will be in opposition, facing each other in the last match of the day. So Anahat will be pairing up with Abhay, and Velavan and Joshna will be pairing up with Velavan Senthil Kumar.
So we've reserved the best for the last.
Yes, that will be the contest to watch out for. This is becoming quite easy. A recap of the first game. Anahat and Joshna ran up with a 4-0 lead. After that, they got a couple of points, but then 8-2 and then 10-4, 6-point lead was too much for the opposition. So they won the first game quite easily. It was pretty one-sided, and that was absolutely one-sided, as we had been mentioning. Right after this, there is the third place playoff, the men's doubles third place playoff. Rahul Betha and Suraj Chand up against Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. They had lost 11. Rahul and Chand had lost their semi-final 11-4, 11-3, and Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan had lost their semi-final 11-2, 11-4. Rahul and Suraj losing to Abhay and Velavan yesterday, and Abhay and Mayappan losing to Buhan and Ravi yesterday. These were one-sided semi-finals yesterday, so the third place playoff also promises to be a good one. Close contest. The men's doubles third place playoff.
And here in game two, Pooja and Ratika, well, drew first blood. They were one up, but now the advantage has been wrenched back. And Anahat and Joshna are tied with them. But Pooja and Ratika are giving it back as good as they get. 2-1. Can they push forward? They need to be 5 or 6-1 to be able to beat a pair like this.
Absolutely, they need to get some points, in a clutch. Otherwise, it will be a game over for them. When you're one set down, Ashwin, how difficult it is to come back, and especially the way you've lost, you've been humiliated in the first game. How do you motivate yourself?
That's the key, Khurram. The only way to do that is to forget the past. If you're thinking of that one set down situation, you're always going to be on the back foot. You forget the past, and you have to have the ability to remove from your mind the fact that you've lost a set. That's why they say live in the present, as you mentioned, the great MS Dhoni talks about living in the present. Anyone who can live in the present better than his opponent succeeds in sport. because the mind is a monkey.
3-1.
It can make you think of situations that don't even exist. It can, therefore, since the mind controls the body, it puts restrictions on the body and prevents it from performing to its optimum potential. So you need to arrest that mind and make it work in your favor.
Right, Ashwin. And at the moment they are
3-1.
doing that exactly. 3-1 up there. They are in the second game. They would like to build this lead further. They would like to test the patience of Anahat and Joshna, try to ruffle them, try to rattle them. If they have to make a match of this final, lovely drop shot. They've been looking a lot more agile and active and proactive in this game. Ashwin.
True. Watch Anahat and her angles. She's trying angles, but when she goes onto the back of the court, she can't use those angles too well. She uses angles when she's up front and in control in the center of the court. But when she goes back, she's reactive. She's proactive when she's in front. So push Anahat back is the key. She's lost every point that she has tried to get from behind the court.
Right, 4-2 is the lead. Pooja and Ratika maintaining a 2-point advantage over the opponents. They need to do it consistently and ensure that Anahat and Joshna do not have an opportunity to come back. This time they failed to pick drop shot and allowing Anahat and Joshna to take one more point and reduce the lead. It's a brilliant shot. This is a brilliant shot that went away from Anahat and she just couldn't. The ball died on Anahat earlier than she had expected, and Pooja and Ratika are back with a 2-point advantage. This is much better. This is much better, Ashwin. This looks much better from Ratika and Pooja.
And when top seeds are upstaged, it's excellent news for that sport in whichever country, because it goes to show the depth of talent.
Great observation made by Ashwin, and this is what exactly they are doing. They are testing Anahat in the deep, but they're not allowing her to come up, and that is where they won both the points, Ashwin. In both these points, 6-3 now, 3-point lead by them. She jams onto the wall, and I think they've lost a point here, Pooja and Ratika. 6-4 still.
They're still maintaining that 2-point cushion. They can't relinquish that.
Yeah, that's important for them. And again, she came in the way. Anahat Singh was in the way as her opponent was trying to pick the shot, and now they are up 7-4, 3-point lead. This is going to be a surprise. A great fight from the two girls, unfancied girls, let us say. 7-4, they are leading. This is the fourth game of the day, and this is the best of the lot. This is the most competitive of them. So 7-4, the two girls, Pooja and Ratika, are leading the second game with.
We'll also put Anahat and Joshna and get them thinking. It's not going to be a cakewalk. So it puts them out of their comfort zone. When it does that, then you can be sure that there's every chance they'll make unforced errors.
Right, 7-5 is the lead. They've eaten up 1 point, Anahat and Joshna. But yes, Pooja and Ratika are still maintaining the lead.
7-6.
6-7.
Catching on.
Quite a sizable crowd that has gathered to watch the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships. We should take time out to credit HCL for the excellent contribution they've made to Indian squash, reviving this tournament after a gap of 17 years last year, and this is the second edition.
Squash is a sport that's excellent for fitness, for viewership, name it. It's quick, it's not time consuming, and it's entertaining. There we have Pooja and Ratika.
They've lost that advantage.
Losing that, yeah.
They had got into they had got a 3 point lead, 3 point advantage over Anahat and Joshna, but they've relinquished that, they've conceded that, and I think this is going to be really upsetting to them. Yes, they have got one more point, 8-7 to them, but 8-7 to them now, but I think they'll be really disappointed in allowing Joshna and Anahat come back
But
into
I think
this.
that's not topmost in their mind right now. Disappointment is the last thing they can let in. They're in the lead. They've got a 1 point lead against the top seeds, world class players. They should just go for gold.
Yes, they cannot let what has happened rattle their mind at the moment.
Asking for a ruling.
Yes, let.
Is the point going to be replayed,
8-7.
or will scores be level again? Well, it's being replayed from the looks of it.
Out.
I think out of
And out.
bounds. Ball has gone out of bounds. It's 8 all. I think Pooja and Ratika couldn't control the ball on that shot, and the ball went out of bounds, allowing Anahat and Joshna to have one more point, draw level. This has been really the excellent game, the best game of the day so far. 8 all. There's not much difference between the two teams. Both Pooja and Ratika needs to be commended for putting up such a lovely show. However, Anahat and Joshna have moved into lead after quite some time, quite a while. Yes, they were leading 7-4, but they've conceded 3 points on the trot,
Yes, let.
and now
9-8.
Anahat and Joshna have taken the lead. So, game two of the women's doubles final. They are just 2 points away, Joshna and Anahat, the favorites and the top seeds, from clinching this title, the women's doubles
9-8.
final. And this is an excellent performance by them. The
But it's
point is,
been such a close fought game. Full credit to Pooja and Ratika, who may still go on to win this game.
yeah, they need to win 3 points on the trot to ensure, because one more point and they will be on match ball. Or Joshna, in fact, on championship ball. Joshna and Anahat, nice little rally developing here. This was a lovely drop shot, which Joshna was able to pick.
9-8.
And
Looks like it's 9 all.
yes, it seems like
That looked like an excellent drop shot. Or is it being replayed?
the point is being replayed.
This match is so exciting. It's like a one-day game.
Yeah, it looks like more like yeah, T20, let's say.
So true. But it's commendable, like you mentioned, Khurram, Pooja, and Ratika's performance here today.
No left.
Yes.
Fight they've given the champions. And this is, I'm sure, taken
9.
our friend Anahat and Joshna. Now they're on match ball, like you
Match
said,
ball.
championship ball.
Yes, Pooja and Ratika got 1 point, and Anahat and Joshna responded with another 9 all, and now 10-9. They just need to win more points, Joshna and Anahat, and they will be the champions. I think the point is being replayed over here. 10-9, they lead. They've already won the first game, Joshna and Anahat. And this time, but Pooja and Ratika can be proud of themselves. This has been some scintillating squash, the best game of the day we've had. This is the fourth game. We've had 3 one-sided, lopsided games. And this could be it. Yes, this is. And Anahat and Joshna Chinnappa have won the women's doubles of the HCL Squash National Doubles Championships. They were made to work. They were made to work in the second game. They were stretched in the second game. They had it easy in the first game, but Ratika and Pooja came back. They should be proud of themselves, but they just could not clinch the right moments. 7-4, they were leading in the second game. They had an opportunity to take the match into game 3, But then Joshna and Anahat came back. They are the champions. Joshna, such an experienced seasoned player. Anahat, the upcoming star. And they showed why they are rated the number one. They are ranked the number one in this competition. And they clinched the second game by 11-9 to win the women's doubles final in the HCL Squash National Doubles Championships. Great performance from Anahat and Joshna. One-sided game in the first, one-sided performance in the first game, completely squashed their opponents. And when the chips were down, when they were again, they had backs to the wall, they came back and showed great fighting spirit. They had let's have a recap of the first game. It was completely one-sided. They got ahead 8-2, 6-point cushion, and from there, Pooja and Ratika. It was very difficult for Pooja and Ratika to make a comeback, and Anahat and Joshna sealed it 11-4. The first game was quite easy. Game 2 was closely contested. It went up and down, 7-4. Ratika and Pooja were leading, but then Anahat and Joshna decided to make a comeback. They drew level at 7-all. And then they went ahead. Pooja and Ratika went ahead, but then again Joshna and Anahat came back to draw level and take 1-point lead. Pooja and Ratika again drew level, but then Anahat and Joshna clinched with 2 straight points to win this title. Ashwin, they showed a great resilience.
What Pooja and Ratika have done is now they've exhausted Anahat and Joshna. Anahat and Joshna would have expected it to be a far easier contest, but they've exhausted the two, and Anahat and Joshna will now have to pull out deep into their reserves when they compete in the other games, because fitness is primary here. Now it may or may not, but there is a possibility that it can affect their performance as they go in and compete the next time, unless they're fit enough to recover and give it their 100%.
So the two girls sitting relaxed, happy after winning the title. They will be up against each other in the last match of the day. That will be about a couple of hours from now. That will happen a couple of hours from now. The next match, as we have already mentioned, is the third place playoff in the men's doubles. Rahul Betha and Suraj Chand against Abhay Vasudev and L. Mayappan. So here you can see the champion girls, Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa. Joshna Chinnappa, the seasoned professional who's been India's flag bearer in squash, along with Deepika Pallikal all these years, and Anahat Singh, the one who will take on the baton from Joshna Chinnappa. She looks, Ashwin, Anahat looks pretty young at the moment. She, with time, she's going to grow, develop a lot more strength. She will obviously become better at the game. And as you've been mentioning, she is India's hopes in the Olympics. She carries India's hopes in the Olympics.
100%. Joshna Chinnappa is 21 years older than Anahat Singh. So basically, Joshna is at the fag end of her career, and Anahat has barely begun hers. So the future of Indian squash is most certainly Anahat Singh. That said, Joshna Chinnappa is as competitive as she was when she was at her peak. And we've got some world-class squash ready to unfurl today. And kudos again to HCL for putting together this outstanding squash doubles national championship. HCL have taken on the baton and decided to propel the sport of squash, which is such an outstanding sport, and give it the due it deserves in India and maybe overseas. So hats off to HCL again for their support to squash. And we are sitting here watching these mouth-watering matches only thanks to HCL and their support to the sport.
Yes, the third place playoff between Mayappan, Abhay Vasudev, the pair of Mayappan, Abhay Vasudev, and Suraj Chand and Rahul Betha. Rahul Betha, Suraj Chand, they lost their semi-final encounter yesterday, 11-4, 11-3. Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan lost theirs, 11-2, 11-4. So whoever wins this competition will get that bronze medal. So that will be third place playoff. That is coming up soon. After that, we'll have the women's doubles third place playoff. This is the men's doubles third place playoff, and then we have the women's doubles third place playoff, followed by mixed doubles third place playoff, and then the mixed doubles final, the big one, where Joshna and Anahat are going to take on each other. 38 years of age, Joshna Chinnappa doesn't look like she's getting old. She's as quick and as agile on the court as you would expect a youngster to be.
Fitness has been a mantra. I remember reading an interview of hers where she'd mentioned that she will only marry a guy who's supremely fit. So fitness is something that's top priority for her, and that's translated into her sport. If she is able to leverage her abilities to the maximum only because she's trained on her body and she's fit. So it's like the foundation of a house. If the foundation is strong, the house will stand nice and long. But if foundation is weak, the slightest of disruptions can bring the house down.
Right. So Rahul Betha and Suraj Chand, they had lost. They are going to be up against Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev. Rahul Betha and Suraj Chand had lost to Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar yesterday in the semi-final, 11-4, 11-3. That was really a disappointing performance by them. And Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan, their opponents, had lost to Guhan Senthil. They had lost the semifinals to Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit 11-2, 11-4. So these two pairs competing for the third place playoff in the men's doubles faced one-sided contest or lost one-sided contests yesterday against the two finalists that have already played earlier on. Just to remind our viewers, the day began with Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar playing against Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit in the men's doubles final. Abhay Singh and Velavan had it very easy. They thrashed their opponents in straight games. They won at 11-5, 11-4. There was not a semblance of fight from Guhan and Ravi. 11-5, 11-4 for a final. Scoreline was pretty one-sided. Then we had the women's doubles final, which ended just now, which is where Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa cruised through the first set, won the first set quite comfortably, but then they were tested by Pooja Aarti and Ratika in the second game, and before they sealed it by 11-9. So we've had the men's doubles final and the women's doubles final where Abhay Singh Velavan. So the men's doubles final was won by Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar, and the women's doubles final was won by Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa. Up next is the third place playoff between the pair of Mayappan, Abhay Vasudev, and Suraj Chand and Rahul Betha. It is going to be an evenly contested match. We assume here because both of them would be trying to fight for the honors. They had a very disappointing day yesterday. Both the semifinals were one-sided. Both the pairs lost one-sided semifinals. They couldn't even get 10 points across the two games, none of the two pairs. So they will try to restore some kind of pride in this third place playoff and ensure they go back home with honors intact. Ashwin, Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev up against Suraj Chand and Rahul Betha. Who do you think? Who do you think are the favorites for this?
I think it's an evenly matched contest. Depends on who, like I said, rests the initial initiative. And Suraj Chand and Rahul Betha, I would always, in the sport of squash, give, I don't know why, the shorter player the advantage. While the taller player has the reach, the shorter player has the center of gravity, which helps you move around. But then again, that's a generic statement. But let's see how it goes. Suraj Chand's, we've seen him play the last couple of days. He is very quick around the court. He responds exceedingly well to any kind of challenge that's thrown by the opponent. And of course, we witnessed the other players as well. Rahul Betha, Mayappan, Abhay Vasudev. It's an evenly matched contest.
So Rahul Betha and Suraj Chanda up against Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev. This is going to be a great contest because it will be the fight for pride. Both the players, as we had discussed earlier, both the teams, both the pairs had lost their semi-finals in a very facile fashion, in a very one-sided manner. That would be disappointing and hurting them and biting them, and they would want to take home some semblance of pride. They will want to restore some pride and put up some display here.
This is the third game of the day. The six matches that are set to be played in the finals of the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025. However, this contest is for the third and fourth position playoff. It is not for the title.
So here is what these two have done. Mayappan and Abhay Vasudev, they defeated on the first day in round one in men's group A. They defeated Ijaz Muhammad and Zad Ghani 11-6, 6-11, 11-7. That was a keenly contested group game. They won the first set, lost the second, and then they came back to win the last set to win their first match. Then the two, Abhay and Mayappan, Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan, they were thrashed by Abhay Singh and Vilavan Senthil Kumar. The men's doubles champions, both Abhay and Vilavan, have already won the title. And Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan had lost their game to Abhay Singh and Vilavan 11-3, 11-2 on the first day. Following that, they defeated Joel Dinakaran and Hari Lakshmana 11-4, 11-5, and to progress into the semi-final as a second best team from Group A. But in the semi-finals, they got stuck into Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit, who walloped them 11-2, 11-4. Now they're going to be playing the third place playoff in the men's doubles. Their opponent,
Suraj Chand.
relentless.
First former. Second service toss. Service toss. Who won the service toss? They won. First server. Anjali. Nee first server. First. Uh, 11:30.
Which team? Actually, we got something else. It shows some other team.
No, they finished their match long yesterday. That
Oh.
Abe Vasudev.
Abe Vasudev.
They finished their match yesterday. Today match, Nirupama Dubey, Anjali Sinha.
Okay.
Huh? New ball now.
Only this match is stayed, right? That one team yesterday's.
Yes.
Nothing else stayed.
Nothing else.
Got it. Thank you.
Tie. HCL square, the Host National Championship 2025. Ananya Nanai, Anjali Singh to serve. Shamina Riaz, Nirvana to receive. Best of 3 game, Lata. And now, 1 love. Is left. 1 love. Now, 2 love. Love. And out. 1, 3. Is that 2, 3. And out. 4, 2. And out. 3, 4. Right. 4 all. Is that 4 all. 6-4. And out. 5-6. Yes, ma'am. 5-6. Six all.
Six all drawn level. Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Riaz are facing stiff competition from Ananya Narayanan and Anjali Semwal. Initially, Nirupama and Shamina were leading. They had a 2-3 point lead, but Ananya and Anjali are now going to take things lying down. They have nudged ahead by a point. This is a very close contest, close fought contest. And 7 all, look at it, neck to neck.
Yes, Nirupama and Shamina had lost yesterday's semi-final to Nahat and Joshna. They had stretched them in one of the games, but then they lost the other and they lost the semi-final. Ananya Narayan and Anjali Semwal had lost their semi-final to Pooja Aarti and Ratika S. But this is one opportunity for them to take back home some honor. 8-7 to Nirupama and Shamina. Nirupama and Shamina in the various versions of blue. They're wearing blue t-shirts, whereas Ananya and Anjali are wearing black tops.
A 2-point lead to Nirupama and Shamina, scoring at a critical juncture and putting pressure on their opponents.
Yes, who has again reduced the lead to 1 point. This is looking to be a very much different from the previous one.
For sure, Khurram, because this is what good squash is all about. You need to have an evenly fought match, keep the audiences engaged, because squash is an outstanding sport. But that said, Nirupama and Shamina now have nudged to a game ball.
Yes, they need to win this point to win the first game, to walk away with the first game. This has been a really interesting squash, not one-sided as we saw earlier. And
that's the first game to Nirupama and Shamina.
Yes, Nirupama and Shamina have won the first game. This is the third place playoff in the women's doubles. Both the girls fighting hard for that victory, for that win in the first game. Ananya Narayan and Anjali Semwal made a comeback, a lovely comeback. Nirupama Shamina ran away with a 3-0 lead before Ananya and Anjali tried to make a comeback. They were successful. They took 1 point lead at one point. There was a moment in the game where they were leading. However, Nirupama and Shamina were too good. Really nice to see Nirupama back from her injury. She was struggling on the first day. And she was getting taped up, got a lot of medical attention, but she turned up yesterday and now she's back again.
So true. This calls for not just physical recovery, but mental resilience. You should want to come back. The desire is there. Nirupama's desire is very much there to come back and perform. She's the love for the sport, and the fact that after playing so many years of competitive squash, she knows her body. She knows what it takes to recover, and she's made all the right noises. And there she is back in action after having won the first game. They're in the second game now.
So a recap of the first game. Nirupama and Shamina had taken the lead before Anjali and Ananya made a comeback, tried to put up a fight, but then Nirupama and Shamina were too good for their opponents in this third place playoff in the women's doubles championship final. Nirupama to serve in the second game. It's 1-1 at the moment. Both the pairs have scored 1 point each. This has been some really lovely squash, much better than the first two games. Ashwin, the first two games didn't go as per our expectations. Although there was some kind of fight put up by in the women's final by Pooja and Ratika, but I think it was very fleeting, for a fleeting moment it was. This one looks like it is going down to the wire.
It's a match of equals, and therefore it makes for great viewership.
Sanana and Anjali have hit the tin again, and that allows Nirupama and Shamina to take one more point. Nirupama, the left-handed player of the two, she is in darker blue t-shirt, Shamina in the lighter blue, whereas Ananya and Anjali are in black top. 3-1 to them.
3-1 to Nirupama and Shamina. They're slowly but surely asserting themselves now after having won the first game. Ananya and Anjali not in a mood to let up. They are going for gold. They know it's, and there they have drawn level, but they know it's vital now. Like we keep mentioning, like a broken record, cluster points, winning points in clusters, like they've done just now, winning 2 points in a row, 3 points in a row. They need another 2-3 points to give them the cushion, because it's an evenly matched contest. Go for a win in the second game and enforce a third game in this critical match.
Yes, that's very true. That is very true indeed. They are already a game down, and they need to win these. They need to win as many points as they can. This is what happens when you concede early lead. Even 3 consecutive points don't look that much. I mean, they're just 1 point ahead of Nirupama and Shamina, and that's because Shamina and Nirupama had taken 3-1 lead early on. So the scores are back level for all.
The thing with racket sports, Kuram, is racket sports are very unforgiving. If somebody takes an initial lead, the law of averages sides them. Unlike a sport like, say, cricket, I know you can't compare the two, but cricket gives you a lot more opportunity to come back, right? Because there are many elements involved in a sport like cricket. But in racket sport, the elements involved are minimal, and therefore the law of averages takes over faster than usual.
Yes, it's very fast game also. Squash, as we are noticing,
True.
5-all, closely contested match here again. The first game was closely contested. This one also going down to the wire, 5-all. Both the teams, it's been up and down for both the teams. Shamina Nirupama taking early lead before Ananya Anjali working their way up before Shamina and Nirupama got into lead again, and now it is Ananya and Anjali taking the lead. This has really lived up to expectations. We were just talking about how these two teams could be evenly matched. You were mentioning that, and this game has proved to be.
But it's excellent advertisement for squash when you have evenly matched teams, because you can actually watch squash of the highest order.
True.
Now, if you notice one more thing, Kuram, the pace of this match is a little slower than the pace of the match in which Anahat and Joshna were playing, because Anahat and Joshna increased the pace of their play, which left their opponents short.
Yes, which is why it won't be wrong to say that these two pairs are evenly matched. They're playing at a similar pace, similar ability, similar agility they have. And As you can see, Nirupama and Shamina have taken 1 point lead here. This is going to give them a lot of confidence now. It can be very difficult for a pair like Ananya and Anjali's that you're already a game down and you're trying to reduce the gap and you're trying to take the lead, and suddenly the opposition, the leaders in the game, actually come back and take the lead again. I mean, the difference is about 1 or 2 points here and there. It must be really difficult and disheartening for Ananya and Anjali because they know they have to win this game. And here you can see Nirupama and Shamina have taken a 3-point lead. This has been a fantastic performance. They've upped their game, and once again, I mean, it's really looking like Ananya and Anjali have given away the advantage, handed over the advantage to Nirupama and Shamina.
Winning the right moments. That's what Nirupama and Shamina are doing. Though they're an evenly matched pair, the two of them, Nirupama and Shamina have won the right moments today, and there they are, 1 point away from annexing this contest. Match ball to Nirupama Dubey and Shamina Riaz.
Yes, this is been wonderful comeback from Nirupama and Shamina. They were put under the cosh by the duo of Ananya and Anjali in the second game, and they have held on. In fact, both the games have been like that. Both the games, Ananya and Anjali tried to put them under pressure, but Nirupama and Shamina have been successful in evading and this is it. This is it. Nirupama and Shamina have clinched the second game 11-8. They won the first game 11-9 and the second game 11-8. They've held their nerve. This tested them to the hilt. This competition has really been the match of the day. Evenly matched. Nirupama and Shamina held their nerve, as we've mentioned earlier. Ananya and Anjali tried to work their way back into the games. In both the games, they had conceded early lead, and I think that is what eventually saved Nirupama and Shamina, that early advantage that they had drawn.
Correct. And we've also had some rapid squash today because ever since it started, we've had 6 games. We have 6 games set to be played today. We're already done with 4 and it's only 11:35.
Yes, very quick straight games, straight game wins. But all the players, has been no competition. The farthest that we could see an opposition pair go was in this match where Ananya and Anjali stretched Nirupama and Shamina. But otherwise, it's been all one-sided. Also goes to show that the class and the quality that we have been seeing today, Abhay Singh, Anahat, Joshna, these 3 players, and even Velavan, Senthil Kumar, these 4 players have been class apart, and which is why the first 2 games were so one-sided. The third game, which was the third men's doubles third place playoff, it wasn't. It was much more closer than the earlier 2 games, but not as close as we would have expected. And here's a recap of the third place playoff of the women's doubles. Nirupama and Shamina having to stave off some fight from Ananya and Anjali. In both the games, Anjali and Ananya ran them close before Nirupama and Shamina made the great escape and won the match. And second game, they won by 11-8. They had won the first game by 11-9. So both Nirupama and Shamina finished third. As you would say, bronze medal would go to them. So this has been the story of the day. We've had 4 matches, as Ashwin was just mentioning. 4 matches in quick time. Not much contest. Not much by way of contest, but that is what you expect when you have the players of the class of Abhay Singh, Velavan Senthil Kumar, and Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinnappa. And now we move on to the mixed doubles third place playoff. This is the first of the last 2 games. Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi against Sandesh and Shamina. Sandesh and Shamina are Shamina. Remember, Shamina has just finished off her third place playoff in women's doubles, pairing up with Nirupama Dubey and beating Ananya Narayanan and Gigi Sembal. Now we are on to mixed doubles. Ashwin, the big match will be the last match of the day. At the moment, mm, we have the third place playoff: Ravi Dixit, Janet Vidhi against Sandesh and Shamina.
2 games left to go today. It's been a scintillating day of squash. We've had the best in the business. You know, one match I would love to watch is not match. One pair up I would love to watch is Abhay Singh, Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinappa playing off against each other.
That's what
In a singles this thing. I know it's Abhay Singh is
a male competitor.
And the other two are female, but then they're as good as each other. I don't see Anahat Singh not giving Abhay Singh a run for his money.
Yes, obviously it will be an interesting competition. Men, male against female. We've had mixed relays in races. In athletics, we've seen mixed relays where men and women have combined to compete against each other. We've
True.
seen mixed doubles, but player against a female player against a male player in a
Singles,
racket
that should be
sport,
interesting.
that should be interesting.
And there is
where-
no handicap concept in squash, unlike there is in golf. So it will be interesting because I think it's a restricted area. The only distinction between the two can be power.
Absolutely,
Right?
absolutely.
I don't think there is any other distinction between the two in terms of fitness. Women are as good as men. The only distinction can be power, and with dexterity, power can be overcome.
Right. It can. Joshna Chinappa having some words, sharing some words, I think seeking some advice, discussing the match. She is going to be in action again alongside Velavan Senthil Kumar in the mixed doubles final. And they will be up against both of them will be up against the youngsters, the upcoming youngsters of Indian squash, Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh. Varun Joshna Ashwin, 38 years of age. We were discussing it earlier. She's maintained her fitness, and obviously she has great experience. But to maintain fitness for so many years, to keep competing, requires a lot of commitment.
That's so true. She's been a top athlete, one of the best India has produced in squash, and she's a household name in squash. Joshna Chinappa, as she had mentioned, is Deepika Palikal, and well, I know she's 38, but she's giving a 17-year-old as good as she gets.
Run for her money, and that is what she's going to expect to give Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh. She will play against Velavan Senthil Kumar alongside Velavan Senthil Kumar. Yes, the third place playoff is between Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi. Ravi Dixit, the team of Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit. They will take on Sandesh and Shamina. Shamina, alongside Nirupama, has just clinched the third place playoff in women's doubles, beating Ananya Narayan and Anjali Simban 11-9, 11-8. Really, I mean, 4 matches today. The women's doubles third place playoff was the best of the lot.
Without doubt. A match of equals, and yes, of course, the team that made the right decisions and the right choices at the right time emerged triumphant. Now we're
This is the day so far. Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar making short work, quick work of Gohan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dixit in the first game, which was the men's doubles final. They won the first set quite convincingly. Ravi Dixit and Gohan Senthil Kumar had no clue of what they were up against. 11-5. The first set went. That was 5 is the farthest that they could get. And Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar clearly the better of the two pairs. The second game also was one-sided, more one-sided than the first one, and Abhay Singh and Velavan took early lead, 4-point lead, and once again improved it to 6 points. And once again, Guhan Senthilkumar and Ravi Dixit left it too late to make a comeback, and Abhay and Velavan won that second game by 11-4. So 11-5, 11-4, the first game. Abhay and Velavan clinched it. And then we had the women's doubles final where Anahat and Joshna paired up to face Pooja and Ratika. 8-2. It was quite an easy game for them. It was a cakewalk for Anahat and Joshna. They clinched the first game 11-4, which was really disappointing for a final. But in the game two, in second game of that women's doubles final, they were stretched. Both Anahat and Joshna had to work their way back into the game after being 4-7 down, 7 all. They brought it to Pooja, Aarti, and Ratika tried their best to take the lead and to grab the moments. However, Anahat and Joshna were too good, and they sealed the final by 11-8. They won the second game by 11-9. So 11-4, 11-9, the game went to the final. The women's doubles final went to Anahat and Joshna, and it was really a disappointing end to Pooja and Ratika. They probably wished they had um, put up such a fight in the first game. And then we had the third place playoff between for in the women's doubles. It is Nirupama Dubey. It was Nirupama Dubey up against Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sehwal. The best game of the day, the most closely contested game of the day. Both the teams went neck and neck. Six we're seeing here. They were like really there was not much difference between the two teams before Nirupama and Shamina won the first game 11-8. The second game also was closely contested. Ananya and Anjali put up a fight again, but Nirupama and Shamina again were the better of the two pairs. They took the lead. They drew a 3-point lead, and then they sealed the third place playoff with 11-8. 11-8, 11-8 was the margin in the two games in this third place, women's third place playoff. And we also witnessed the men's third place playoff, which was won by Abhay Vasudev and Mayappan. So the next game is third place playoff. How tough it would be for Shamina to come back and play another game. I mean, she's just won the women's third place game with Nirupama Dubey. Now she will be paired up with Sandesh PR Sandesh against Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit. These are back-to-back matches for Shamina. Ashwin.
For sure, but all these the international squash players and players who are competing at the professional level, they train in a manner in which they are supposed to deliver the maximum output. So she would be prepared for the worst. Worst as in the maximum amount of effort that is called upon, her body to deliver. If she used to play 3 games, they would have trained hard enough to play 3 games. And the way to train is to play 3 games with each game going to the wire. That is the only way you'll be able to compete at 100%. Because every shot you play, whether it's the first or the last shot of the day, should have your 100% fitness, commitment, and concentration put into it. Otherwise, probability of success drops. And at this level of squash, most certainly they would have trained for it. However, someone like Anahat Singh and Joshna Chenappa would not have expected to be taken to the wire in the previous game. So that would have been a shocker to them, but it's a wake-up call as well. Well, that's there we are, all set for the next contest, the mixed third and fourth position playoff. Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit versus Shamina Riaz and Sandesh PR.
Yes, this will be a contest, and it will really test Shamina Riaz's abilities, stamina, because she's just finished one game, which is a very close game alongside Nirupama Dubey. They warded off Ananya Narayan and Anjali Semwal. Um, both Sandesh and Shamina will be up against Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi. Ravi Dixit, as you would know, has already played one game, the first match of the day, the men's doubles final. He was with Guhan Senthil Kumar, his pairing with Guhan lost that final to Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar 11-5, 11-4. So Ravi Dixit has already faced defeat earlier in the day. He will be keen to make up for that by winning this third place playoff. He is paired up with Janet Vidhi, and the two are going to take on Sandesh and Shamina.
Warming up is key to success in any sport so that you're ready when you're required to perform. There we have Janet Vidhi, a left-hander, always throwing the spanner in the works for right-handers in every sport. So Janet Vidhi brings that X factor into the mix. Now I don't know if we've ever had four left-handers playing a doubles contest. Do you think that's
Yeah, I haven't seen any
I would
of
like
that
to-
sort. Yes, it would be really interesting to know.
It would be the
how
rarest
game
of
would be.
rare
Yeah.
situations.
So Sandesh PR Sandesh and Shamina Riaz have had their matches earlier. They won their Group C first game on day one against Kalimuthu and Ananya Narayan. They defeated them 11-7, 11-3. Then the two defeated Sandesh and Shamina defeated Rahul Betha and Anjali Semwal 4-11-6, 11-6, 11-5, 4-11. 11-6, 11-5. That was probably the match of the tournament. Both Sandesh and Shamina were down and out, having lost the first game. And I think they were trailing by a big margin in the second game. But they came back to win it 11-6 and 11-5 to win the second match of the mixed doubles group stage. And then they lost the mixed doubles semi-final yesterday to Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa 11-4, 11-4. So here they are facing Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi. Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi, they defeated Pradeep Chaudhary and Neena Bose 11-2, 11-1 on day one before they came back again in their Group D encounter. In the Group D second encounter, beating Pooja Aarti and Surat Chand 11-9, 11-7. They then lost the mixed double semi-final to Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh 11-6, 11-6. And here they are playing against Sandesh and Shamina. So Sandesh and Shamina, they played probably what would be the match of the tournament. I mean, the first day they were down and out, a game down, trailing by a big score in the second game, and then they came back to win it. That was some kind of a comeback. It was a really amazing comeback. We're discussing that. That was against Rahul Betha and Anjali Semwal, the higher seeds.
So true. That shows resilience. That shows mental resilience and the desire to win.
Really tough outing for Shamina. She's playing back-to-back games. She's just finished one just now. She's just finished the women's doubles third place playoff, helping or being part of the duo which won that third place. Nirupama Dubey was a partner. They defeated Ananya Narayan and Anjali Semwal 11-8 and 11-8. It was quite a contest, the best match of the day so far. And she's back on court again pairing with PR Sandesh against Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit. Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit are in all black, in black tops, whereas Shamina and Sandesh are in blue jerseys. Shamina to serve, backhand serve. some kind of protest. Shamina and Sandesh have taken 1 point lead. This is going to be a reserve.
Shamina in the light blue jersey and Janet in the black jersey.
First net. One down.
How time can it get to play back-to-back matches, Ashwin? I mean, she's back on court. She's just finished her women's doubles third place playoff, and now she's back.
It depends on the endurance levels and how hard you've trained, because it depends. Everybody gets tired, but having spoken to some of the best athletes from different sports, everybody gets tired. People are under the misconception that a fit athlete doesn't get tired. Of course, you get tired, but it's how fast you recover that determines how fit you are. So, if you get tired, you can recover within a few seconds, then you're fit. If you get tired and it takes a couple of minutes to recover, then you're on the back foot. So, you train so you can recover faster. It is impossible not to get tired.
Right. So 2-1 up, Shamina and Sandesh, or 2-2 now. Ravi and Janet have hit back. This is the mixed doubles third place playoff. And so Janet to serve. First game started off well, evenly contested so far. And we'd like to see a lot more better competition than we've seen throughout the day. The previous match was pretty well contested, although we were expecting it to go to the third game. Hopefully, this can go to the third game.
We do need a couple of games going into the third game, a couple of matches going into the third game to, for top-notch squash to be on display. Not to say we've not had top-notch squash so far. We've had some outstanding players and some scintillating shots. Very intriguing. I am confident that there's a whole bunch of youngsters who are going to now take to the sport of squash after having watched live action at the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025 and the one contest that took place in 24. This is a regular feature now, thanks to HCL, who has brought back this contest after a 17-year gap.
Yes, and sizable crowd has gathered at the venue to watch this competition. It's really thrown up very interesting matches. As you can see, Shamina and Sandesh moving up 4-2. Ravi Dixit couldn't retrieve that ball at he wanted to use that forehand to pick that ball, but couldn't. It was out of reach. It died down a little bit too early on him. And Shamina and Sandesh now have moved up with a 3-point lead, 5-2 to them. In the game, in game one, this has been quite a performance from Shamina. She's just coming from a match. She walked into this match right after playing with Nirupama Dubey, winning that game. It was a tiring game. I think it requires quite a lot of stamina. But as you said, players at this level should be used to playing consecutive matches.
Yeah, when you're getting into signing up to play a tournament like the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship, you are aware that you may be required to play 3 matches a day, and those 3 matches may actually go to the wire. So, like I mentioned, you've trained to be able to play 4 matches a day that go to the wire, so to be able to give you 100% in the 3 matches that go to the wire, if they go to the wire.
That was an obstruction. That could have been a real difficult opportunity. That would have been really difficult for PR Sandesh. He ran into his opponent, and I think the game is this game probably this point could be replayed. This has been brilliant. This was a brilliant rally. It was an excellent rally from the two pairs. We've been seeing rallies across this tournament, but this one was promised to be a good one before it was stopped. And now Shamina and Sandesh are 6-3 up, winning a quick point after that rally. Forehand, backhand, Shamina and Janet. This time, Ravi and Sandesh in competition. But Sandesh and Shamina seems like running away with this contest. Ashwin, they are now 7-3 up. If you see the score, latest score, 4 points, 4 point gap, 4 point cushion is a big one.
That's true. That's true for sure. And as we've noticed, Khurram, anyone who's won the first game, out of all these matches that we've watched, very, very rarely has someone come back to beat someone who's won the first game. So the first game is vital. First game gives you the impetus. First game gives you the probability that you will win the match.
Interestingly, the only pair to have done that in this tournament has been Sandesh and Shamina. They did that from day one, losing the first game and then coming back to win back-to-back games to seal the match. Here they are leading 8-3, and Ravi and Janet will have to draw inspiration from that performance
So
of
true.
their opponent to make a comeback. 8-4 is quite a lot gap.
It is in the initial game, but well, you just have to peg on. You start thinking, that's it. Don't let the mind take over. Just focus on the present and deliver the goods. This is what you train for, this is what you practice for, and put your training and practice into play.
Absolutely. Janet to serve again. There's been some. The point is being replayed.
And now, 9.
Excellent work from Shamina. She played a drop shot to which Ravi couldn't reach, and they have taken a 9-4 lead. They are closing on um, to that magical mark of 11. That match ball, the game ball will be a point away. It's just a point away, and this has been some excellent performance. There have been some excellent squash, great performance by both Shamina and Sandesh.
Good.
Yes, Ravi and Janet are trying to work their way up, trying to put up a fight, but I think 4 point cushion now, as of now, 4 point cushion, it's a little bit too much. They've left it a little too late.
Little too little, a little too late. But 4 point cushion, especially when the opponent is sitting at 9 with 2 points to annex the game, it's definitely a hard task. Not a happy place to be. I should once say we caught between a rock and a hard place.
Absolutely.
There are many phrases for this, but it is not improbable.
Nothing is impossible, as they say, Ashwin. Nothing is impossible. But they need to win 2-3 points on the trot to put pressure back on them.
They have to keep the faith, they have to believe in themselves, and they're going to play it point by point.
Nice rally developing here. This has been some great, good. Shamina has used the drop shot really well. She's tried to kill the ball, but Ravi has been up to the task. And once again, this has been a great rally. This particular has been great. And now it is game ball to both Shamina and Sandesh. If they win this, they will be up by a game, and that'll put a lot of pressure on Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi. This has been some really great squash by both Shamina and Sandesh. Remember, Shamina has just played her third place playoff. A lovely smash from her, and equally good response from Janet. And they're just taking their time, playing, taking the ball deep. And Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi have pulled one game back, but still there are 4 points. There's a 4 point cushion to both Sandesh and Shamina. They still have the game ball.
Janet Vidhi, the left-hander. Anything to
Great
her?
pickup. Yes, great pickup by Ravi Dixit. I think there's some contest, some contention here. They're trying to speak to the referee, but yes, the point has gone to Ravi Dixit and Janet, very slowly working their way up. This should inspire them. These last couple of points, they've made a comeback, and it'll be left to Shamina and Sandesh to seal this game as soon as possible, because They wouldn't want them to come too close to them. They wouldn't want Ravi Dixit and Janet to come too close to them. Nice pickup shot.
If you notice the positioning of Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit, they are positioned in a manner in which I know it's not working for them right now, but if you hit to the closer to the wall, Janet has a forehand. If you hit closer to the center, Ravi is standing there.
Right.
So they've got the areas covered.
Yes, and 8-10. They've reduced the gap. They've brought the cushion. They've brought the cushion down to 2. The cushion that
From
Sandesh
5.
and Shamina. Yes, it was. They had a 5-point lead, and now they're just ahead by 2 points. Both Shamina and Sandesh need to seal this game as early as possible if they want to avoid any pressure. But yes, great performance by Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi. Have they done it a little bit too late? Have they made this comeback a little bit too late? But we'll get to see that. And I think there is. They're going to fight for every point now. They're going to fight for every point. The umpire, the referee has come in again because the shot that Sandesh played, saw that the shot that Sandesh played.
Deliberations with the referee,
Yes.
both Ravi and Sandesh,
And
and back to business.
I think the point is going to be replayed. This point is going to be replayed because Ravi came in the way of the ball, and 10-8 still the lead. So Shamina and Sandesh still have the game ball, but yes, Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi are working their way up. They are trying to reduce the gap as much as they can, and that's it. That's it. Sandesh and Shamina have won the first game of this women's of this mixed doubles third place playoff at the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships. They are up by 1 game. It was closely fought contest in the end. It proved to be a closely fought contest in the end, but Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi had left it too late. Ashwin, what do you think? 5-point lead they
Very-
conceded earlier.
Very true, very true. But it was great, the spirit with which Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi fought back. I know they fought back 3 points despite being just 1 point away from losing the match, the game. But the fact that they fought back goes to show their resilience, and there has to be one person who wins in any case. So it's the fighting spirit that you appreciate, and they're going to take the same fighting spirit to the second game. And I can assure you that Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz are not going to have it easy, and they are aware of it.
Bodes well for the second game. We are going to probably have a close contest in the second game because Ravi and Janet are striking form at the right moment. Yes, they would have they would have wanted it wanted to strike it a little bit earlier, but anyway, the game is still not lost. So here's a recap of the first game. Early. Initially, it was closely contested, but then Shamina and Sandesh ran away with the lead, 5-point lead they took. And following that, Ravi and Janet tried to make a comeback. They won a few points on the trot. As Ashwin is saying, you need to win points in a cluster, which they did. But because they had conceded a lot of lead, a lot of points earlier on, it was easy for Shamina and Sandesh to hang on and win that first game 11-8. Points in a cluster, Ashwin, as you mentioned, are important, but also at the right time. You cannot leave it too late.
Correct. You can't have a situation of too little, too late. But that said and done, the second game, everyone has their eyes glued on the onto the court, because the second game will witness Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit embark with the same enthusiasm that saw them fight back when they were 5 points down, 5 game points down in the first game. But it's not going to be easy, as we mentioned.
Shamina and Sandesh, meanwhile, have taken the first point in the second game. They've started well. again, Janet and Ravi will try to reduce it or try to eat it. That's a beautiful point by Janet and Ravi. The ball died down on Shamina early. She couldn't reach it. Excellent shot by Janet. It caught Shamina by surprise. She thought it would come to her, but then it was more like a drop shot, and she had to reach it but couldn't. And that was uh, Ravi and Janet scoring another point, going 2-1 up.
2-1 is the scoreline, reading in favor of Ravi and Janet. Ravi Dixit and Janet. Vidian has mentioned, now it's 3-1, as you mentioned. They've taken on the momentum. They're not giving up. They're here with a desire to win this final, or win this contest, so to speak. So
they've been more proactive. 4-1 now. 3-point lead is quite a good lead in the second game. They've looked more proactive.
This is exactly what I mean when we say win points in clusters at the right time. This is exactly what they need to do, and that's what they've done. Now, if you look at the last 10 points, it's Ravi and Janet who have annexed 8 out of 10. They're having come down from 5 points, come up 3 points from 5 points. Those 3 points was what they won. The opponents won 1 point, and now they won 5 points as against the opponents 2. So essentially, we've had Shamina and Sandesh win only 2 points. Now that's
6-1.
and additional 6 plus 3, 9 points have been won by Ravi and Janet. Just imagine.
It seems like Shamina is getting tired after having played a game, a very closely contested game. She is completely looking out of sorts now in the second game, and I think, but you have to give credit to Janet and Ravi. They've kept at it. They have been the better of the 2 pairs in the last 12-15 minutes, isn't it, Ashwin?
Without doubt, it takes very little to change an equation in a sport. You just got to make the right moves. Mr. Ramachandran, the patron and the man who has helped and played a pivotal role in propelling the sport of squash to where it stands today.
The man behind squash, and he's the brother of Mr. N. Srinivasan, former BCCI president and secretary, and the owner of Chennai Super Kings. Mr. Ramachandran has also been involved in Olympic sports, and really done. They're doing a great job in keeping the sport of squash alive and kicking. Yes, 6-1 is the lead. 6-1 is what Ravi and Janet are leading with, and I think it's looks like this is Ravi and Janet's game.
And this will certainly enforce a third deciding game, which is what one requires in the sport of squash.
And at least today we are going to have 1-3 gamer.
For sure. Unless Sandesh and Shamina pull a rabbit out of the hat.
It looks very unlikely because 6-1 is quite a big margin, 5-point margin. We've seen it get overturned. We've seen it, they themselves, Sandesh and Shamina have done it. They did it on day 1. So they were slowly trying to claw back another point, 1 point to them after a long, long time.
So as we mentioned, on the last 12 points, Sandesh and Shamina have won only 3, whereas Janet and Ravi have won 9, which tells you a lot. Now make that, they're coming back, aren't they? They've won 5 points now, Sandesh and Shamina. There's 3 points behind Ravi and Janet.
I think Sandesh will have to do a lot of running around because we know that Shamina has just played 1 game and might be looking to relax a bit, might get a little bit tired. But yes, Ravi and Janet have pulled 1 back and they have extended the lead back. The lead should be, I think, 4 point now.
7-3.
Lovely drop shot. really making the opposition stretch. Ravi Dikshit is. He's been really brilliant on the court today. Ravi Dikshit has looked really agile and has come up with great ideas. Hitting good shots, bringing in the drop shot into play. But 8-3 is the lead. Ravi Dikshit, yes, and 8-3 is the lead. Thanks to his great performance, and Janet also has been really on the money. In this game, Ravi and Janet now lead by 8-3, a 5-point cushion, and I think it's a foregone conclusion. We are going to have a third game, which is so good. We were expecting the first three games, first four games were disappointing. It didn't go the way we were expecting. But yes, this one is closely contested. Ashwin, have you noticed one thing that the finals were less evenly contested than the third place playoffs?
So true. That's because of the three players in the finals, and we don't have to name them again, but I will choose to name them again. Abhay Singh, Anahat Singh, and Joshna Chinnappa, who are a notch above the rest of the field, and they are the ones who bring the equation. Make it a little to make it lopsided. Now take a look at this. Sandesh and Shamina, the ones who came from behind to win the previous contest that you had mentioned, Khurram, they're unable to repeat the performance. It's Ravi and Janet who have now pulled the rug from under their feet.
And this is the game two. There will be a game three, and both the teams will have to restart. If Janet and Ravi are able to win this game, steal the next 2 points, then we are going to have this match start on an even keel again. Ravi Dikshit is really looking comfortable on this quarter. He's been really doing well all throughout. He's been performing really well, making the right moves on the court, and uh, so is his partner Janet Vidhi. She's also been really good on this. Ravi was part of the men's doubles final, the first game of the day, which they lost to Abhay and Velavan. He and his partner Guhan, they lost to Abhay and Velavan, and that is something they would like to make up for. He'd like to make up for. It's game ball for Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi. They look to be coming back into this game. They have done all the hard work in the second game. They have not given any room, any opportunity to their opposition, Sandesh and Shamina, who fell off the track in this game. 10-6, they still have that 4-point advantage, and it is going to be, and yes, they have sealed it. They have sealed the second game. It's 1-1. Ravi Dikshit, Janet Vidhi making a comeback, a remarkable comeback, a wonderful comeback against Shamina and Sandesh. Shamina and Sandesh had won the first game. Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi had left it too late for a comeback in the first game, but then they caught the second game. They caught their opponents by the scruff of the neck, and they did not allow them to breathe at all in the second game. They beat them convincingly, 10-11, winning the second game 11-6, and that is something that they should be really, really proud of, this performance, and that should give them a lot more confidence going into the third game, because it seems like both Shamina and Sandesh were short of ideas, and they just didn't know what to do.
Brilliant performance, brilliant comeback, resilience, self belief. This is an example of just about everything positive that every positive quality a sportsman and a sportswoman can have. Now we're going into the final game.
A recap of game two, and they had run up a 5-point lead early on, Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi, before Sandesh and Shamina tried to make a comeback. In fact, the roles were reversed in this game, Ashwin.
True.
Initially, in the first game, it was Sandesh and Shamina who ran up a lead before Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi made a late comeback. It was too little too late. And same thing happened with Sandesh and Shamina in the second game. They tried to make a comeback, but it was too little too late.
Very true, very true. So, taste of their own medicine. Is that what we call it?
Absolutely.
there we are. Getting back onto the court are Sandesh and Shamina. They will have their task cut out. They won the first game, but even there, they had the advantage only till half of the first game. Janet and Ravi Dixit started pulling back and making a match of it in the second half of the first game. However, Shamina and Sandesh managed a win in that contest. In the very next game, they were shown the door by Ravi and Janet, and now the contest has moved to a third game, the third deciding game in the HCL Squash Doubles National Championships 2025, the mixed doubles contest. So there we have Shamina Riaz in light blue and Sandesh PR in the blue t-shirt, and we have Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi in black. Taking an early lead, Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi lead by 1-0 is the scoreline after both teams are tied 1 point with 1 point apiece, 1 game apiece. This is the deciding game, and now they're 1 point apiece as well. Match of equal.
Yes, sir. 2-1. Here. 2-1. Down. 4-1.
Lead in game three. They had a very poor outing in the previous game, which is Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi also trying to make a comeback here after conceding a 2 point cushion, 2 point lead.
However, it's still neck to neck. It's just 1 point separating the two teams, the two pairs. That's the word.
For all now, this is really not much difference between the two teams. I mean, Shamina and Sandesh were leading 4-1, and now they work their way back, Ravi and Janet.
That's Janet serving, typical left-hander. Adding that X factor. Oh, that hit the tin. Or it looks like it hit the tin, and it did. So Ravi and Janet.
So Ravi and Janet are 5-4 up. So they've made a lovely comeback here, winning 4 points on the trot. They were trailing 4-1. Great performance by them again. Ashwin, they really look like they have this habit of making comebacks.
Very true. No quarter given, none asked for. All four competitors are gunning for nothing short of gold. And there we are. It's 5-all after 1 game apiece. It couldn't get more evenly matched than this, could it, Kuram?
Absolutely not. I mean, this is one game, one treat to watch after really one-sided, lopsided contests. The first 3-4 games. Then we had the lovely third place playoff in the women's doubles, and now the third place playoff in the mixed doubles. This has actually gone the farthest.
So Ravi and Janet. nudging one.
And Ashwin, you were
Going
praying
ahead.
for, you were hoping for, you were praying for a game to go in for a match to go in 3 games, and here you are. Your prayers have been answered.
Yes, this is the third contest, if I'm not wrong, in this competition, right? That has gone
Right.
into a third game.
Yes. A great show by both Shamina and Sandesh, and this brilliant pickup by Sandesh, as you see, and they snatch a point. This is some kind of brilliant, uh, streaks. Uh, these kind of brilliant moments are the ones that are going to make the difference if they have to win against Janet and Ravi, who are just not letting up.
Going for broke, both pairs. What a rally. Each giving better than they get.
Yes, not letting up any moment. Both Shamina and Janet, the
Shamina,
girls
Janet.
using each other's forehands, testing their forehands, and a drop shot by Shamina, and she tried to catch her opponent by surprise, sliced it onto the wall, onto the front wall, to get 1 point and go ahead by to take the pair to 7-6. These little one pointers can be very crucial towards the end. They can give a lot of advantage, a psychological boost to the teams, right?
8-6.
And nudging ahead at the opportune moment, at the right moment, are Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz leading by two with 3 points left to annex this tie.
Brilliant. Sandesh had it easy. He just had to just tap the ball on the wall, and 2 point lead. 2 point lead can be good, very psychological. I mean, can provide psychological boost at this stage of the.
Left to play after this. This is the decider. And you know what, Kuram, have you noticed that the HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025 has reserved the best for the last. Now look at this game. It's one of the best games we've had in this contest. And the one
Yes.
that's following is the most looked forward to game that we had in the
Yes.
contest. So
Absolutely.
best for the last, without doubt. That's a three
And
point
three.
lead. There we go. 3 points now, and just 2 points separating Sandesh PR and Shamina Riaz from a well deserved and well fought victory. But will Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi take things lying down? Something we've got to wait and watch.
Yes, that is the advantage of early lead that provides the advantage that early lead provides. They were 4-1 up, and even though Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dixit tried to make a comeback, Shamina and Sandesh had enough gas in themselves to run away with the game. So 9-6 is the score now. 3 point lead, as we see. I think the point is going to be replayed. Oh
It
no,
was awarded,
Ravi
yes.
Dixit and Janet have won this point. They've reduced the margin by to two. But still, Shamina and Sandesh are in lead. This has been the game of the tournament. After the first day, I think the first day, Sandesh and Shamina had played a very wonderful game. They came back to beat their opponents. This is the match ball now. And today again, Sandesh and Shamina have really played a three-gamer, and it
True.
really shows these guys know how to play close games.
Without doubt. Without an iota of doubt. That's Mr. Ramachandran again.
So match ball to Shamina and Sandesh. If they win this game, they walk away with the third place. Yes, they have, and they have sealed this third place playoff in the mixed doubles competition, winning it 11-7. They won the first set 11-6, and now they have won it 11-7. And what a wonderful performance by these two. Janet Vidhi and Ravi Dikshit were matching up to their opponents, but somehow they just couldn't hold on to their nerve.
True, true. What a contest! What a contest! Squash, and the winner is the game of squash. And
Absolutely.
the winner also is HCL for having brought this outstanding contest to us.
Yes, yeah, in fact, it was 11-8 to Sandesh and Shamina in the first game. Then they lost 6-11, allowing Ravi and Janet to come back. And then they sealed 11-6. At 6 all, it looked like it would go anywhere. It could go anywhere. Both the pairs were fighting neck and neck, but then Sandesh and Shamina ran away with the third game to win this contest 11-8, 6-11, 11-7, three games. And This has been wonderful performance. Double bonanza for Shamina Riaz. She won the third place playoff in the women's doubles alongside Nirupama Dubey. They beat Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sembal, and after that, she combined with Sandesh, PR Sandesh, to beat Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi in three games. Real show of stamina by the girl, a young girl, playing five games in a row and winning two bronze medals, two third place finishes, coming back with two third place finish.
That's not bad at all.
Yes, especially when you are up against the likes of Joshna Chenappa and Anat Singh. Third place doesn't sound bad.
Not at all, not at all. But whoever is competing should compete to be the best. So even
Absolutely.
Tendulkar and Virat Kohli have been pushed to the background with younger players coming and taking on. So that's the motivation for this younger lot.
Yes, it also shows how much, Joshna Chinappa has been good. She's not allowed youngsters to beat her. I mean,
Yes.
only Anat Singh is looking like one who can match up to her, but otherwise, the rest of them have been falling by wayside.
Sure, because she's not going to give her position away. If you're good enough, take it.
Right. As a recap of the match, the previous match, Shamina Raya, Sandesh, PR Sandesh, they won the first game, then they lost the second game. Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi really coming back well and winning the next game by 11-6. They 11-8, they lost. Sandesh and Shamina won the first game. They lost 6-11 the next game to Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi. And the third game was neck and neck again, 5-5, as you can see on the screen. Sandesh and Shamina then racing away. In fact, Ravi and Janet had taken the advantage before Shamina and Sandesh equal, brought them level to 6 all, brought the scores level to 6 all, and then they ran away to a 3 point lead, and then they sealed it 11-7. That was a wonderful performance. But now is the game of the day. This is one game that we had been waiting for. This Abhay Singh and Ahat Singh against Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinappa. This is the mixed doubles final, the biggest game of the day, the biggest game really. Two champion players in the women's category playing the mixed doubles against two champion players in the men's category playing against each other.
If I were to give an edge in this contest, I would give it to Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh for two reasons. Both are top seeded in their category, and Anahat is younger than Joshna. She has age on her side. So, if I had to give an edge, I would definitely give it to Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh.
Just to remind our viewers, Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh had it easy on the first day as Rahul Balakrishnan and Nirupama Dubey could not take field because Nirupama was struggling with injury. So Abhay and Anahat got a walkover in the first Group A match in the mixed doubles competition. Then Abhay and Anahat got together to beat Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi in the semi-final 11-6, 11-6. So they really have had only one game together, Abhay and Anahat. And they will be up against Velavan Senthil Kumar and the seasoned, the great of Indian squash known as Joshna Chinappa. Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinappa started their mixed doubles campaign on day one, beating Gohan Senthil Kumar and Aradhana Kasturi Raj 11-8, 11-3. They then, after that, they defeated, in the next Group B encounter, they defeated El Mayappan and Deepika 11-6, 11-7 before they won the semi-final by 11-4, 11-4 against Sandesh, PR Sandesh and Shamina Riaz, who walked away with the third place just before this game. So this is going to be a tremendous, tremendous competition. We are going to be in for a treat. The great Joshna Chinnappa against the upcoming star Anahat Singh. Together, they have won the women's doubles earlier in the day. That was some performance by those two, 11-4, 11-9, and now they are up against each other. Anahat with Abhay, the number one seed, both number one seed in men's and women's category, and Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa.
Referring to Joshna Chinnappa, who's now on the court with Velavan Senthil Kumar. Chinnappa was the youngest Indian women's national champion and is the record holder for most national championship wins with 18 titles, not one, not two, 18 titles. Also in 2024, last year, she was awarded India's fourth highest civilian honor, the Padma Shri, by the Government of India, which is remarkable, isn't it?
It's remarkable, carrying Indian squash, Indian women's squash on her shoulders. Remarkable performance, and really the way she's been performing, that hunger that she's showing, and it's amazing for a player who's been in this field for so many years, who's been winning, who's won so many titles. It's very easy to relax and
Correct.
get tired and fed up of everything.
Rest on your laurels.
Rest on your laurels. But she's not doing that, and she is competing. Imagine that she is competing against a girl who's 21 years younger to her. Anahat Singh.
And competing, she will prove to be a threat to Anahat Singh.
Yes, she has got the experience.
And Abhay.
Yes, she has got the experience. Joe, you can see on the court, Joshna and Velavan warming up for the in the mixed doubles competition. They let us repeat. They will be up against the top seeds Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh. Anahat and Abhay are warming up now. Both Anahat and Abhay are in black jerseys, black tops, and Velavan and Joshna we just saw warming. Just before this, they were warming up in white tops. Ashwin, your prediction for this game?
Abhay and Anahat. Without an iota of doubt, only because they're the two top seeds as I mentioned, and youth is on their side. There's nothing else. Not taking nothing away from Joshna. I would be delighted if Joshna and Velavan win, but if you ask me where the odds lie, it's with Abhay and Anahat.
They are the top seeds. So there you have Ashwin's prediction, and I will agree with that. I mean, this is a very important point that he's made. I'll have to agree with it because number one seeds in both the categories, they have the advantage. So basically, we're saying Anahat and Joshna match each other, but Abhay has an advantage over Velavan.
That's true. That's true. Also, to be honest, Khurram, I don't do it in life, but I'm playing safe here.
Yes, quite true. I have all our viewers, remarkable viewers. They've hoping that this match lives up to the billing and entertains them as the previous few matches have entertained our viewers.
One thing I want to see, Khurram, is how Joshna challenges Anahat. Where does she make her play more? Which aspect of her game does she attack more? That's going to be interesting with Anahat. If you have noticed, when she comes to the back of the court, she's less effective than when she's up front. So, will Joshna, obviously Joshna would have noticed that, but will Joshna push her back, or does she have another strategy?
Yes, she will have to. She will try to bring all her experience into play, and she must have faced a lot of young talent, a lot of great players over her career, and I'm sure she would have a strategy against her now too. because Anahat is still quite young, wet behind the ears, which is still learning. Uh, this is a nice rally developing, but Villavan and Joshna have run up with a 2 point lead, 2-0 up. So early advantage to the experienced Joshna.
Interesting. To be honest, in the 1 year that I've been commentating on squash, I have never seen Anahat Singh lose. And that is the hockey legend over there, along with Mr. N. Srinivas N. Ramachandran. V. Bhaskaran, legend of Indian hockey, is sitting alongside Mr. N. Ramachandran.
Enjoying the game of squash. Abhay and Anahat have made a comeback. They won 2 points to reduce to actually negate that lead. The Joshna and Villaman had taken early on.
Hockey is another sport like squash that where the wrist is very involved.
Yes, and it's also equally fast.
Correct? You're right.
It's very fast also, the way the ball moves on the surface. It's really difficult. It requires tremendous amount of concentration, focus, stamina. You need to run like a tiger on the turf. Yes, Anahat and Abhay have taken 3 points on the trot, won 3 points on the trot. In fact, 4 points on the trot. They are showing, so Ashwin, your prediction coming true. Anahat and Abhay have shown that they have in them to win this title. Anahat doing all the running around, Joshna and Anahat playing their forehands, matching against each other.
Jyotsna Chinnappa will know what to do. She doesn't need a lesson, and she must have been in the situation at least a million times.
Absolutely.
And in even tougher situations, she's competed against the best in the world. But Anahat and Abhay, with youth on their side, have opened up a 2 point lead again. 5-3 is their lead over Velavan, Senthil Kumar, and Jyotsna Chinnappa in the final contest of the day at HCL Squash Doubles National Championship 2025. And this is the mixed doubles finals, a much awaited mixed doubles finals that you had mentioned, Kurram.
Yes, the blue ribbon game of this tournament so far, Anahat and Joshna, Abhay and Velavan are against each other. Quite amazing. These two pairs, Abhay and Velavan, were together playing with each other earlier in the day. So were Anahat and Joshna. Now they are against each other. So Abhay and Anahat have taken a 4 point lead. Ashwin, your prediction is really coming true. Anahat and Abhay are running away with the game. There's been tremendous performance by them. I mean, initially it looked like Joshna and Velavan were taking the lead. They looked like in command, but Abhay and Anahat have really come back. 7-4, they'll now lead with a 3 point cushion.
The funny thing is, Anahat Singh was not even born when the IPL started. She was born 1 year after the IPL started, and she was born 1 year after Indigo Airlines was initiated. Which was sitting on the Indigo Airlines. You see that 18 years
Right.
banner.
I wonder what you
Just
call them,
imagine.
Gen Alpha. This
I
is what the
have-
new
you
term, I
can,
think.
Search me. I have no idea what it's called, but
I think
Anahat
that-
Singh is a prodigy. There are no two ways about it.
Right, Gen Alpha, it must be, she must be. Yes, so Joshna and Velavan are trying to make a comeback. They have reduced the margin. They both Anahat and Abhay had a 4 point lead, but Velavan and Joshna have eaten up into that lead and now brought the score to 7-6 or 6-7. This is really a wonderful game, developing into a wonderful game. And 7-all now. Excellent performance by Joshna and Velavan. They've made a comeback. The match is seesawing as one would have expected. Top players are involved in this game. Top men's players, top women players. This has been a brilliant test of forehand by Anahat and Joshna, and what a wonderful pickup that was from Joshna. She ran back and turned around and hit it. Mm,
If you notice the difference in pace of play in the previous match and this, even though it's a very well contested game, the previous match, just look at the difference in pace of play.
Absolutely, the pace is very fast. It's really looking like the champion players are playing. 8-7 to Abhay and Anahat. Velavan and Joshna have made a comeback, but will they hold on? Will they try to go for 4 points on the trot? They will have to ensure that they put the pressure back on Abhay and Anahat. Do you think if Velavan and Joshna are able to win the first game, do you think that will put enormous pressure on Abhay and Anahat? Because considering they're both young,
The exuberance of youth doesn't absorb pressure, it transfers it. So I don't think it'll make as much of a difference as if Joshna and Velavan lose. They have that experience, I know, but then the mind also brings together various other permutations and combinations, and they are more likely to ponder about the loss than the younger lot.
very
This is
interesting
my
point.
opinion, but I personally feel the younger lot is the younger you are, like the 14-year-old Vaibhav Suryavanshi. What's his name? Vaibhav Suryavanshi?
Yes,
Is that it?
Vaibhav
Yes, so
Suryavanshi.
the 14-year-old, you are fearless when you're young.
They're saying the exuberance of youth will carry Anahat and Abhay even if they lose the first game.
As in, it won't put pressure on them if they lose the first game. They will go into the second game with the renewed determination. But the more experienced lot are more likely, maybe they won't, but they are more likely to ponder.
Right. So 8-9 is the score. 9-8 is the score line in favor of Abhay and Anahat, and this is turning into a great contest.
Do you think this game will go into a third? This match will go into a third game, Kuram?
Looks like it would. It looks like it would if these two pairs are not willing to give an inch. But I wouldn't mind a two-game match as long as it's closely contested.
True.
I mean, not necessarily have three games in a match if those two games can really be closely contested.
So true. Look at the way Anahat is making Joshna lunge.
Yes, brilliant performance. And it's
There we
game
go.
ball to Abhay and Anahat. Yes, game ball. This will seal game one for Abhay and Anahat. Ashwin, Joshna, and Velavan will have to come with 2 points, two consecutive points.
There we go. They've managed to close it. 10-9.
Yes.
Did you see Joshna's return there? Low and to the right, making Anahat lunge.
Yes, and Anahat couldn't hit the shot onto the wall. She hit the tin, and
Anahat in this game has moved more around the court than she has moved in the rest of the tournament.
yeah, that's because Joshna has probably made a move around a lot, and point is being replayed. It seems. Brilliant rally here, developing into a very close contest. This rally has been really good. Both the pairs are going against each other. This has been a wonderful performance, and I think the point is going to be replayed again. This is what happens when you have top players. The rallies can often be frustrating because they lead to no point. And once again, it's Joshna and Anahat playing against each other on this side of the court, both testing each other's forehand. And here, Joshna puts up a drop shot, which Anahat picks. And once again, we've got back to the deep rally. Joshna has been forced to move up the court. But yes, once again, and seems there is some deliberations with the referee, with the umpire, and Joshna and Velavan. I think Velavan is ready to serve again. It could be that the point is being replayed. Yes, it is. Once again, the point is being replayed. Velavan and Joshna doing their best to deny Anahat and Abhay an easy victory in the first game. What a fast game we are having, Ashwin. You're really right about it. Yes, and Anahat and Abhay have sealed the first game of the match 11-9. It was a very closely contested match. It was a very closely contested game. Both the pairs were at each other's throat, but eventually it is Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh who walked away with it. The last point was so closely, the last few minutes were so closely contested. We had rallies, we had games replayed, and that really shows that we have some of the top players on the court. This is such a fast-paced game. It was going either way. It was seesawing, but Anahat and Abhay have eventually clinched it. Ashwin, what a wonderful game we've had.
Youth triumphs experience in the first game, but then again, experience has a role to play. So let's see what the second game has in store.
But as you said, exuberance of youth can carry a lot of pressure, can carry players away from the pressure, can actually subdue pressure, and that is what probably Anahat and Abhay have done. They've shown remarkable speed, agility against the more senior Joshna, and of course, our partner Velavan. Here's a recap of the first game. 7-all. It was all even Stevens. Velavan and Joshna had taken a lead, but then Anahat and Abhay made a comeback. They took a 1 point lead before Velavan and Joshna made a comeback with 1 point. They had Abhay and Anahat had 2 game balls, but Joshna and Velavan reduced it, and then we had a long rally for the last point, and Anahat and Abhay sealed it eventually. There were some good drop shots. And there were some good forehand drives played by both the players. In fact, Anahat and Abhay were tested a lot. They haven't been tested so far in this tournament. They've had fewer games because one of the games was a walkover on day one. But this is the first time they're getting tested, and they did really well to hold on to win that first game. Exuberance of youth can often, as my fellow commentator said, exuberance of youth can carry you through tough times, and that is what it did with to Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh. Second game has started, and Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa have gone up with a 2 point lead. They are 2-0 up. It's a good start by the senior pro. Joshna, one would expect her to make a comeback. The two are now 3-0 up, and they've grabbed the early advantage, trying to put pressure on the young Anahat and Abhay. Lovely drop shot from Abhay Singh, and they're trying to make a comeback here, but Velavan and Joshna have done well to take lead in this early advantage in the second game. Ashwin, they took a 3-0 lead, and now Abhay and Anahat have come back to reduce the deficit. This has been relentless performance by the two youngsters.
But Joshna and Velavan have opened up another 2 point lead. So attack is the best form of defense, and Joshna and Velavan will now be testing their opponents with, like they're making Anahat lunge right now.
Yes,
That's a 3 point lead. So this is A calculated strategy on part of Joshna and Available clearly to throw their opponents off balance, make them run around the court.
Yes, she can run around only that much. I mean, if you make any player running around a lot, they'll eventually get tired, and that's what Joshna is probably banking on. Brilliant execution
There we go.
and
What a beautiful shot.
lovely shot and lovely execution of the drop shots, really ensuring that Anahat has to move up and down the court as often as possible. 6-2, the lead now is Joshna is making Anahat dance. It won't be wrong to say.
Needless to say, experience is triumphing you in this game.
It's tremendous contest between the two pairs now. Yes, Joshna and Velavan have sealed another point. So 7-2 is the lead. 5-point cushion is brilliant. It's I think it gives them the big advantage, both Joshna and Velavan. It'll be really tough for Anahat and Abhay to come back from here. And very Joshna used that drop shot really well again, but Anahat was up to the task. And now it's Anahat who has tested Joshna with that drop shot, caught her by surprise to rest 1 point, but still the lead is of 4 points. The cushion is of 4 points. Joshna and Velavan still in comfortable position in this. Look at that brilliant drop shot by Joshna and
If you notice, Joshna draws Anahat closer and closer and closer to the front, only to leave her lunging with a shot that's addressed towards the back of the court.
yes, she's done it really well. One shot she'll hit it hard so that Anat has to run back, and then immediately she'll come up with a drop shot, pulling Anahat up to the wall, and she's been quite successful at it. It's been really great contest to watch so far.
8-3 is the scoreline with which Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa lead against the top seeds, the Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh.
Wonderful performance, wonderful comeback by Joshna and Velavan. As we were mentioning earlier, experience you cannot put down experience. You cannot underestimate experience, and that's what Joshna is showing here. Obviously, credit to Velavan too. He's done really well here. Brilliant. He's moved brilliantly across the court. We saw that just now, up and down the court very quickly. Once again, it's Joshna who's trying to test Anahat. Played a drop shot to which Abhay had to retrieve to run because he knew Anahat wouldn't be able to. But yes, eventually it's the team in white that got the points, and they have now opened up a 6-point lead from where it is going to be very difficult for Anahat and Abhay to make a comeback. And it's game ball. It's game ball. The second game, Will is almost in Joshna and Velavan's kitty.
9-4 is the scoreline. Game ball 4.
Game ball for Joshna and Velavan.
It's a resounding win, this one, if they manage to win this game. Just 1 point away. That's exactly what I said. Sending her back, drawing her forward with consistency and sending her back.
Abhay and Anahat trying to make a comeback here, but I think the lead is too much. Joshna simply toying with her opponents now. She's just making her playing in a very relaxed manner, just trying to play shots as if it's a practice match now. But yeah, she's been made to run around too. And yes, that is it. They have sealed the second game, sorry. Joshna and Villavan have made a comeback in this mixed doubles final. They lost the first game and they came back to win the second game. They've come back to win the second game. This has been some scintillating performance from Joshna and Villavan. As you said, Ashwin, you can never put down experience. You can never underestimate experience. 11-5, they won the second game. 11-5 is the scoreline, and that is as convincing as it can get against the top seeds.
But the beauty of the thing is the game of squash has won today. This is one the second game on a trot that has gone to a second match on a trot that's gone to a third game. But you must also accept that this is a great learning for someone like Anahat Singh playing against Joshna Chinnappa. She will emerge from this contest as a better player.
Absolutely, the baby-faced Anahat Singh, you can see that she is so young on her face. It's all written on her face how young she is, and having deliberations with Abhay Singh trying to give her some tips, and probably they must be very disappointed after losing the second game the way they did. 11-5 is a very big margin, actually. 11-5, it's a 6-point advantage that Joshna and Villavan had run up. Anahat and Abhay looked completely out of sorts, and one has to commend the strategy of Joshna, as you mentioned earlier. She is making Anahat run around the court a lot. I mean, one moment she'll hit it hard, send her back, and then suddenly she'll come up with a lovely drop shot, and that is the strategy that eventually paid off. The first game was won by Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh. It was a closely contested affair. 11-9, Abhay and Anahat won. But in the second game, Joshna and Villaman were just too good.
Outstanding squash. And as we enter the last game of the HCL squash doubles championship, doubles national championship 2025, everyone's sitting on the edges of their seats because we've got the best in the business competing in this last game. It's almost poetic justice. And let's see how it transpires, and let's see whether experience triumphs you or vice versa.
Yes, it'll be wonderful to see. It's been a pleasure all this while to watch this excellent game of squash played by some really good players, excellent players. Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa taking the early advantage, taking one more point. I think Anahat and Abhay, if they have to win, they have to ensure that they don't let Joshna and Velavan run away with the lead.
Let's see the strategy. What I'm very keen to watch is how Joshna Chinnappa approaches this contest, this final game, and how she targets Anahat.
2-0 up, Joshna and Velavan. Yes, they're getting there. The experienced Joshna Chinnappa is actually getting there. She is getting the better of her junior opponent. Deliberations with the umpire. I think there's some kind of protest. Point might be replayed. Yes, probably it will be.
If this game goes in favor of Joshna Chinnappa and Velavan Senthil Kumar, this will be the first game that I have ever witnessed Anahat Singh lose. First match I've ever seen. And before this, I've witnessed her lose only one game. That was sometime in 2024. Just one game is all I've seen her lose. She has won everything she's played.
Says a lot about her talent. The
It's remarkable, this girl.
Yeah, she's been consistent all throughout.
One shudders to think what she will achieve before she retires. Sorry, Khurram, you were saying.
No, I saying the same thing. Yes, there's a lot of still a lot of distance to cover. She's just started off. She's still in class 11. She just cleared class 11. She will clear class 11. She has gone into class 12, and let's see after this how she goes about it. The plans for Anahat, as I've learned, is that she might go abroad and study for higher studies, like her sister Amira Singh, who was an under 19 India under 19 squash player. She went to Harvard University in the United States to do her undergraduate. Anahat might do the same thing because it's much easier to play PSA level tournaments from Europe and America. Here it requires a lot more travel, the expenses are a little bit more. So it is much easier. There's a lot more exposure over there. So if Anahat decides to go there and really play amongst the best of the world, we can just really hope that a lot of big achievements are going to come India's way.
For sure. And like I'd mentioned yesterday, one thing really looking forward to is witnessing Anahat annex an Olympic medal. Gold, preferably, but definitely an Olympic medal in Los Angeles and in subsequent Olympics where India is certain to compete.
Yes, keep her in cotton wool, protect her in cotton wool, and she's going to get you medals, she's going to get you trophies, international accolades.
Meanwhile, we have the score lines level. One game apiece and 3 points apiece. Even Stevens it is.
Yes,
A little deliberation, I was saying, having a chat to the referee. As is Joshna Chinnappa.
very interesting stat you said, you pointed out. Anahat Singh was interesting fact that you pointed out. Anahat Singh was born after IPL. It was the inaugural IPL was held so young, really, and doing so much, achieving so much at such a young age.
Well, one must also mention the fact that, that Vaibhav Suryavanshi was born 4 years after the IPL began. It's
Yes,
a
wonderkind, yeah, absolutely wonderful talent that boy is. For a 14-year-old, he hits quite big shots. I mean, it's quite amazing.
It's all about timing, I guess.
Yes, because at 14, I don't think so. You have that much muscle.
True. So you timed the ball, and Yuvraj Singh was once asked whether it was power or timing that got him his six successes. This is entirely timing.
And he was the cleanest hitter, one of the cleanest hitters the game of cricket has seen. Certainly the cleanest hitter that India has ever seen.
If you take a look at Inzamam ul Haq had no power. He just timed the ball so beautifully. He was gifted. His footwork was all over the place, but when that bat hit the ball, it would travel miles.
Absolutely, he was a tremendous timer of the ball.
He would just stand and deliver.
Absolutely, some of the great sports people, the great athletes have great timing. Not just in cricket but also in tennis.
True. There we have Abhay Singh and Anand Singh nosing ahead. 5-4 is the lead. How will team Joshna Chinnappa approach this? Dropping the ball short, having Anahat lunge for it in the back, front again. Abhay comes into play. Velavan, Anahat, Velavan.
And this is a miss. I think Joshna and Velavan have
Mr. Trick.
Mr. Trick here. 6-4 to Abhay and Anand. Yes, day 3 started off with a couple of facile games, very one-sided games, but then as the day has progressed, we've had some really interesting matches. This one really tops the list of the matches. The best was saved for the last.
So true. There's Anahat lunging. One has never seen Anahat moving around the court this way. Joshna Chinnappa is certainly getting as good as she gets. But then Anahat and Abhay have now opened up a 3-point lead.
Yes, she's been made to work very hard. I think the pep talk during after the game too that Abhay Singh gave Anahat seems to have worked. They're moving more in, they're collaborating. They're moving more in unison now. They look to be more coordinated. And yes, but there's obviously, as you pointed out, Joshna has made Anahat work a lot. 8-4 is the lead now. Anahat and Abhay just 3 points away from the title, the mixed doubles final title, the title that I think she is going to cherish. Both of them are going to cherish because that came against Joshna Chinnappa and Velavan Senthil Kumar. Yes, 9-4 is the score now. 2 points away, both Anahat and Abhay. They could just seal it. They just need to hold their nerve, not allow Joshna and Senthil and Velavan to come back, which they're quite capable of. Yes, and
9-5. Brilliant rally, and Joshna brings experience into play.
yes, this is what we were discussing earlier. Joshna has been really immaculate. She's been trying to rattle Anahat, sending her back and bringing her to front, making her work very hard, tiring her out. But yes, Anahat has held her ground, to her credit.
To be honest, in this contest, even if Anahat and Abhay win the contest, in the Joshna Anahat contest, Joshna tops it.
Absolutely, absolutely. She's been the better of the two. She's been the better of the two, making her dance to the tune.
Because she has been proactive and Anahat reactive. You know this. Because
Yes.
Anahat has hardly had a chance to dictate terms to Joshna.
Yes, absolutely. The difference has been very clear between the two players. Joshna has brought in her experience into play, and this is the match ball, the championship ball for both Abhay and Anahat, and they have 4 game points to save. No, sorry, Velavan and Joshna have 4 game points to save, and Abhay and Anahat looking good. They just need 1 point. They are 10-6 up, 4 point cushion, and what will Joshna and Velavan do? Will they be able to pull up a trick or not? There it is, the last point. They are trying to give their all. Both Anahat and Abhay, they know they need to seal it, and unfortunately for them, Joshna and Velavan have reduced that margin by 3. They still have the 3 point cushion, and the 3 point cushion is quite a lot when you are just fighting, when you just need 1 point to win the championship, to win the one match. They just need to hold their nerve. This is hotting up. Anahat Singh, Velavan, Abhay Singh, again Anahat, Joshna, couple of forehand drives, drop shots, and it is Anahat. And this has been a brilliant point, a great rally by the two. And Joshna and Velavan came out trumps in this point, but again, they still have that 2 point cushion. Abhay and Anahat, you know that Joshna will not give it easily. She has the experience. She knows how to do this. She's been in this moment quite a number of times in the past. And Abhay and Anahat are fighting it hard. I think there's some kind of deliberation going on with the umpire. Let's see what they say. 10-9, just 1 point gap, Ashwin. This is hotting up. They had 4 point cushion. They had 4 point lead. Now Joshna and Velavan have really worked their way up. This has been brilliant performance by the experienced Joshna and also Velavan. Joshna and Anahat fighting as if there is no tomorrow. This should be it. Abhay and Anahat, they are getting rattled now. Joshna and Velavan making them work for all the points. They just need 1 point. And yes, they've done it! The two youngsters, Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh, have defeated the resilient Joshna Chinnappa and Velavan Senthil Kumar. What a match we had! The match of the tournament, the match of this championship was reserved for the last. Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh holding on. Joshna and Velavan had given them a tough match, a scare. Ashwin, what a match we had.
Outstanding. And this match has clearly been divinely scripted because you couldn't have asked for anything else. Two closely contested games going one each to each pair, and then the last game going all the way to the wire. This is the best. It's the crescendo has been outstanding for the HCL National Doubles Squash Championship.
What a climax we had! What a climax we had! Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh looked like they'd win, but then Joshna and Villavan would not give anything away. Ashwin,
For that
what
to
a
rhyme,
match!
we can say Abhay and Anahat looked like they'd win, but then Joshna and Velavan would not give in.
What a lovely way to put it.
Anyway.
Ashwin, the poet Ashwin, the
Hardly,
poet in
hardly,
Ashwin coming
hardly.
out. And what a performance this has been by the two youngsters, and very well put by Ashwin. Ashwin, say that again for our viewers.
I've forgotten what I said actually.
It's all
So
impromptu,
it's
yes, extempore, impromptu, all that, those golden words come out only once. And yes, Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh winning this title. Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh champion in two, returning home with two titles. Abhay Singh also returning home with two titles. They've been really brilliant all throughout. Joshna Chinnappa getting one title, and Velavan Senthil Kumar also winning one title.
So that brings an end, brings the curtain down on the second edition of the HCL National Doubles Squash Championship being played at Chennai. And what an outstanding way to end this tournament. We've had 3 days of exciting squash. Actually, 4 days of exciting squash. We've been covering it 3 days, but it's been 4 days of exciting squash. However,
Absolutely, yes.
However, one couldn't have asked for a better end to this tournament. Two back-to-back games going into the third matches going into the third game.
Yes, this is what we all wanted, the match, the tournament, the championship to end on a very high note. And as promised, the players promised, as we are expecting. Here is a look at the review of the match, review of the final of the mixed doubles championship, and Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh holding on to nerve to win the first game 11-9, but then Joshna Chinnappa and Velavan Senthil Kumar came and steamrolled Abhay and Anahat in the second game. They were just too good. Anahat and Abhay really seemed to have no idea where they were clueless in that second game. Joshna and Velavan really winning that by 11 by a margin of they ran a lead of 5 points, and then they sealed it off quite comfortably. Joshna really using those drop shots to good effect. 11-5 was the final score line for that second game, and they won it quite comfortably. So 1-1 it was going into the third game, and the third game was very closely contested. No quarter was given away by any of the players, but eventually it was to be Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh who won that final game after a lot of jousting, a lot of fight. Velavan and Joshna had taken the initial advantage, grabbed the initial advantage. They had taken a 2-0 lead before Abhay and Anna had started to work their way back in the game three. But then again, Joshna and Velavan really wrested the initiative and ensured that they were ahead. But then Anahat and Abhay began to climb back again. And as you can see on the scoreline, they took a 4-point lead, and that was it. It looked like Joshna and Velavan would go down without a fight, but then you can never underestimate the experience. As Ashwin earlier pointed out, Joshna had seen these games, has played these moments a number of times before. She decided to work. At one point, they were 4 point ahead. They had the match ball, but then Joshna and Velavan worked their way back, brought the match to 10-9. There was just a 1 point difference towards the end. And eventually, one may say that Abhay and Anahat were lucky to escape this onslaught by Joshna. That pep talk after the second game probably made the difference. What would have Abhay told Anahat at that time?
I think he would have probably told her not to get disheartened and that they had just a pep talk. It's nothing. I don't think he would have given her any squash tips. I certainly think it's more to do with motivation and not to let her spirits down, because Anath is young, and the young get disappointed as fast as they get
Excited.
excited. So experience is clearly not on their side, but that's probably the talk. And not that Abhay Singh is a veteran himself.
Yes, but he's the
He's
senior
as-
of the two.
Correct. He's the senior of the two, and let's say the best team won.
Yes, let's take a moment to really applaud this girl, this wonderful girl, Joshna Chinappa. She has been a sensation even at this age, at the age of 38. She has been performing really well. She has been coming and putting up a fight every time she takes the court. I mean, really kudos to that this girl, to this young girl, Joshna Chinappa. She's carried Indian flag for long, and here she is, not giving an inch to the youngsters, to her competitors, not conceding one bit to them.
So true. And but again, kudos also to HCL for bringing together this outstanding squash championship, and looking forward to seeing more of this year after year. And
Yes, obviously, here's a look, a recap of the day. Abhay Singh and Velavan Senthil Kumar started the day beating Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit in the first match. It was an easy outing for them. They won the first game 11-5, and then they sealed it with 11-4. That was the men's doubles final. It was very one-sided, very really disappointing that Guhan and Ravi could not put up any fight. So 11-5, 11-4, it went in favor of Abhay and his partner. And then we had the women's doubles final where Anahat and Joshna uh, really steamrolled Pooja Aarti and Ratika in the first game. They won it 11-4. There's simply no contest from put up by Pooja and Ratika. They had no answer in that first game. Anahat and Joshna running away with that first game of the women's doubles final, winning it 11-4. Pooja and Ratika came back in the game in second game. It could probably also because the other girls, Anahat and Joshna, got a little bit complacent, but Pooja and Ratika were really brilliant. They did well in game two. At one point, they led 8-7. This was the women's doubles final, game two. They were looking like they will take the contest to game three, but then Anahat and Joshna decided to up the ante, and then they won the match 11. They won the second game 11-9 to seal the women's double final 11-4, 11-9. So the men's doubles final and the women's doubles final were the first two games, and then we had the third place playoff. Nirupama Dupe and Shamina Riaz against Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sengwal. This was the start of really close matches of the day. The first two games were very one-sided, but Nirupama and Shamina were made to work by Ananya Narayan and Anjali Sengwal. It was all even Steven in the game throughout. Yes, it was 6-all at one point. Shamina and Nirupama, before Nirupama and Shamina closed it 11-8 the first game. It was quite a commendable, brilliant performance by Nirupama, who had suffered an injury on day one, but then she came back, day two actually, but then she came back to perform on day three, and on the last day today, she did really well to win that third place playoff alongside Shamina. 8-6 the scoreline read, but then they sealed it with a margin of 11 by a margin of 11-8. That was a great competition. It was a really closely contested third place playoff in women's doubles, and Shamina and Nirupama sealed it 11-8, 11-8. Shamina then returned with Sandesh immediately after that to face Ravi Dikshit and Janet Vidhi in third place playoff in men's doubles, mixed doubles, and they were made to work initially. They were made to work in game one, but then they ran up. They cruised away. They took a 5-point lead and sealed the first game by 11-8. 11-8 was the margin in the first game of the third place playoff. Shamina and Sandesh won. But then Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi threw everything at Shamina and Sandesh, who were caught unawares. And Ravi and Janet really ran away with that game too, and brought themselves back into that match, back into the contest. They ran away with a 5 point lead. Then they both Shamina and Sandesh tried to fight back, but Ravi and Janet were too good. They kept 4 or 5 point lead throughout that game too, and eventually sealed the second game by 11-6, which was quite convincing. 11-8 there was the first game scoreline, and 11-6 was the second, and we moved to the third game where it was really closely contested. And Ravi Dixit and Janet Vidhi were up neck and neck against Sandesh and Shamina, but then both Sandesh and Shamina uh, worked their way up and took a lead, and eventually they grabbed the advantage and did not let up at all. At halfway stage of that game three, it looked like it could be anybody's match, but then Shamina and Sandesh hit the fourth gear and sealed the match 11-7. And then we had the match of the day. Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh paired up against Velavan and Joshna Chinnappa. Velavan Senthil Kumar and Joshna Chinnappa. And the first game was again very closely contested. 9-8. Abhay Singh and Anahat Singh, as you can see on the screen, throughout the entire game. It was a very close contest, 10-9. The difference was only of 1 point before Anahat and Abhay sealed the first game to take early advantage. But really, it was Joshna who looked the better of the two girls. I mean, Joshna was playing all through her experience, brought all her experience into play. They grabbed the early advantage too. Joshna and Velavan in the second game, they took a 4-5-2 lead. They moved up, and it seemed like Abhay and Anahat would be taken to the third game. And 8-3, 8-3 was they ran up a lead of 5 points, and from where Abhay and Anahat found it very difficult to really come back.
To support the Indian players and give them
But
the
yeah,
opportunity
eventually
to
Abhay and Anahat
experience
held
playing in
on
this
and
country.
won that
Now, before
mixed
begin with the
doubles
prize
title.
distribution, I would like to share a brief introduction of HCL. HCL is a $13.8 billion conglomerate which was founded in 1976 by Mr. Shiv Nadar. HCL has a presence across varied sectors that include technology and healthcare. From transforming the livelihoods of rural India to groundbreaking initiatives in sports, education, culture and environment, HCL's commitment extends beyond business. At the heart of HCL's growth journey lies its purpose, human potential multiplied. And HCL now supports the niche sports like squash, bridge and cycling. And with this, I would like to invite my friend Divyadeep to take over the stage for further prize distribution ceremony.
The SRFI, as we know and love, the governing body of squash in India, has continued to develop and grow the sport through grassroots programs, coaching and refereeing development workshops alongside organizing international competitions across the year. The HCL Squash Doubles National Championship is also a national selection event for the second Asian Doubles Championship in Malaysia at the end of June. The finalists of each category today will represent India at the Asian Doubles Championship. We'd also like to take a moment to thank the referees and officials for their time and effort through the course of this tournament. For the prize distribution ceremony, we have with us Mr. Rajat Tandolia, AVP and Head of Brand at HCL Group, and our very own Mr. Cyrus Poncha, Secretary General of the SRFI. Can I please ask both of you to please come on stage and welcome our esteemed chief guest, Padma Shri Mr. V. Bhaskaran, a legendary Olympic gold medalist in hockey and a former Indian coach.
सेंटर पे जा रहा है? नहीं एक सेकंड है। नहीं एक्चुअली क्या है वो जूम गया था। अभी इनका देखो यहाँ विवेक बोल रहा है, मैं उस हिसाब से था। हाँ
We'd also like to acknowledge the presence of Mr. N. Ramachandran, patron of SRFI, and thank him for his support. Now, I'd also like to thank the press for covering this event and promoting Squash. I look forward to a big picture in the papers tomorrow. Right, time for the prize distribution. We'll start with the women's doubles category. And in third place, can I please invite Shamina Riaz and Nirupama Dubey?
तो जूम आउट करना पड़ेगा मुझे। हमें तो अंदर करना चाहिए। मैं जूम इन जाऊँ हैं? थोड़ा सा जूम इन करूँ। वो बंदा बोलने वाला बंदा नहीं ठीक है। ये बोलने वाला बंदा एकदम साइड में कोने पे जाके खड़ा हो गया यार। बोला भी था।
Thank you and congratulations Shamina and Nirupama. Can we please have a round of applause for our second place, Pooja Aarti Raghu and Ratika Seelan.
अरे उसको बोलो थोड़ा अंदर खड़ा हो जा। विवेक
Well done to the both of you. And now for the women's doubles champions today, Anahat Singh and Joshna Chinappa. Congratulations to the both of you. Moving on to the men's doubles category, in third place we have Abhay S. Vasudev and Mayappan. In second place, we've got Guhan Senthil Kumar and Ravi Dikshit. And the winners of the men's doubles championship is Abhay Singh and Belavan Senthil Kumar. Just stick around the stage for a group photo. The winners of the mixed doubles category, Anahat Singh and Abhay Singh. Can I please have all the winners on stage as well, please? All the gold medalists that... A big thank you to everyone who was part of the HCL Doubles National Championship. Have a great day and see you next year.
We also request all the winners, runner-ups to join us near the stage for category-wise group photos. Yeah. I request all the media persons to please join us on the first floor in the Champions Trophy office. We have a high tea arranged for all of you. Thank you so much for joining us today.